Welcome back, folks. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は287日目です。Today is day 287. We started our new unit, Unit 75. Lots and lots of proper nouns describing the city. Basically getting a lot of city names. Was very fun to try to figure out if we can attach any type of meaning to all the characters, largely due to the nature that when you're naming something, it doesn't necessarily have to line up with what they literally are, right? There are some cities that do. Kind of a personal favorite is probably Ikebukuro. Turned out to be Ike and Bukuro, and due to the limited meaning that I have with those characters, turned out to be something very memorable. Maybe maybe ironically memorable, right? A little bit tired today. Try to keep vigilant. Definitely need to rest a little bit better. Starting these things a little bit more tired each day. All right, let's hop in to our recall. Unit 75. Okay. Shibuya. Kosaden. Ah. That's not quite the short quarter. That's okay. Actually, Kosaten. 10. Harajuku. Harajuku. Whoops. Akihabara. Akihabara. Meito. Cosplay. Shinjuku. Ikebukuro. Yamanote. Yamanote. Sen. Right. Noru. Men. Me? Men? Men suru. Men shiteru. Yes. Men suru. Okay. Totally missed that. Ginza. Ginza. Sarariman. Sarariman. I felt like I joined a cult. Everyone at the theater last night was an absolute ravenous fan. They were yelling at the movie the entire time, throwing spoons and calling the main antagonist lady a explicit. Wait. What is it that you go watch? A harlot. Oh, Tommy Wasa seemed perpetually drunk during the Q&A, and I got to fist bump him and got some pics. He signed a t-shirt that you bought. 10 out of 10 would go again. Dang. That sounds like a hoot and a half. But what you described kind of reminds me of Rocky Picture Horror Show. The Rocky Picture Horror Show, the annual thing where people go during Halloween and they basically jeer and throw stuff and have a blast. I went to one of those once back in my youth. Minus the director. There are places that have like host for them as well. So, like the organizers and whatnot. Hadaraku. Hadaraku. Sounds like you enjoyed yourself. Sounds fantastic. Ginza. Ginza. Haru. Hiroshima. Hiroshima. Hiroba. 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 Basho. It's great, glad that you went. Just now entering the final chapter of Like a Dragon. How does it keep getting spicier? Oh man. Wait. Let me think. First chapter. Man. The ending though. The ending, Valentine. And then the ending song. Oh man. Boy. Sorry, a little hype. We'll play again. I'm thinking about it even as though I played it yesterday. And you have to keep in mind I played it twice. At least twice, the MSQ. Oh, actually I played it. Might have been 3. Largely due to the double audio. Basho. Still fresh in my mind. Oh. Let's see. It was such an underrated game. You do you mean I forgot to read on this. No, Atsu. So Atsumari. Atsumari. You're super hype. It's such an incredible game. Yeah. I'm starting to have I'm starting to have flashbacks to the ending to Infinite Wealth too. Jeez. This one I forgot yesterday. Like in the end thing, and I remembered when I was practicing. It's Calmant. Oops. Kazu. Inko. Oh. Got about Daitoshi and Shuto. Shuto. Okay. Jinko. Ueru. Ueru and Heru. No, that's not it. Heru. In its relation to Onaka. There's something else. No. Yep. That's it for unit 75. We'll see if there are things I left behind. There's probably a few things here and there. Wasn't too bad. Lots of the cities kind of have associated meaning. Like I associate the intersection with Shibuya, right? Lines. Isn't like a train line. Oh, like metro. Okay. Units 74. This one's pretty short. Unit 74. Start in the center. Shiai. Oops. Just kidding. No, wait. What am I doing? That was fine. Wait a minute. Oh no, I think I wrote the wrong character. I wrote the wrong character yesterday. I'm not sure. Did it have a line? I'll have to double check this. I think I might have wrote the wrong character yesterday. Yeah, I'm not sure about this top line right here. It might just be... No, no, it's missing. It's missing a line. There is a chance I might have written the wrong one. Okay. Show 新者. Oh. Densetsu. Densetsu. Zelda no. Oh, I might have written the incorrectly as well. The last 2 days. John can in Pon. John can right. Because Pon, I was writing it this way, right? Oh, but then there's a chance I wrote this way, which Pon this way. Probably. To Choki. You cannot find a follow button on profiles? You have to search. It's the bottom right. You have to actually like search. Oh, and you have to click on the person's profile, and then you have to the follow buttons under the person's profile. レベル。レベル。Oops. That is not the character. Ugh. Takasugiru. And ooh. Right. We eh. Boss. Oh no. What is this thing to the right? The button is there for people you already follow, but you can't follow anyone new. It's not missing from mobile. Oh, okay. Weird. Oh no. Taosu. I'm missing the right radical of Taosu. Konnichiwa. Can't read out of those characters at the moment. Oh, Taosu is probably... Yes. Taosu. Katsu. Makeru. Tokui. Nigate. Saisho. Yeah, that's 74. Okay. Let's get back into section. Back to unit 75. This is a long one. Not too bad. They stick to simple sentences. Largely due to introducing a lot of proper nouns.
Shibuya. Shibuya. あなたの家にメイドはいますか?
あなたの家にはね?
あなたの家にメイドはいますか?
Oh, 家にメイドは
あなたの家にメイドはいますか？
メイド。Oh,
メイド
that type of maid. Yeah, メイド
か
がいます。
ます。
あ
は、か、は、
いますか We're not going to talk about what I was thinking.
渋谷。
原宿の駅はどこにありますか？
原宿
駅。原宿の駅はどこにありますか？
の駅
のはどこ
どこありますか？どこに
ありますか？
秋葉原で新しいスマホを買いました。
秋葉原で新しいスマホを買いました。Thanks, Nojo.
月曜日に渋谷で買い物をしました。
買い物をしました。
月曜日
渋谷で買い物をしました。Wait.
月曜日に渋谷で買い物をしました。月曜日に渋谷で買い物をしました。
Oh, right.
で
Makes sense. 月曜日に渋谷で買い物をしました。
メイドは
朝ごはんを作りました。作りました。A sense, but I was looking for what form of speech they went with 作りました。
ご飯を作また。
秋葉原は東京にあります。
秋葉原は東京にあります。
渋谷にはデパートがたくさんあります。渋谷はデパートがたくさんあります。には渋谷にはデパートがたくさんあります。
秋葉原にはメイドカフェがあります。
秋葉原にはメイドカフェがあります。秋葉原にはメイドカフェがあります。
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。原宿3日間紅茶作りました。渋谷
メイドは朝ごはんを作りました。
メイドは朝ごはん 朝ごはんを作りました。Just the reverse for translation purposes.
原宿、
南、
何曜日、
渋谷、大学。
大学。
原宿の駅、駅はどこですか？
原宿の駅はどこ？
どこありますか？
ありますか？
どこにありますか？ Fair enough. Wait, what did I say? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. どこにありますか？ That's fine. 秋葉原。
秋葉原。
秋葉原。秋葉原は東京にあります。
あります。原宿。
原宿は渋谷の隣の駅です。
です。
Okay. They're pretty short sentences. And then they keep swapping out the different cities and whatnot. So it's really about the cities. Outside of a few nouns here and there. 交差点。交差点。
交差点。
交差点は、どちらですか？
どっちですか？
新宿のカフェで会いました。
新宿のカフェ。
カフェ
で会いました。
で会いました。
週末はコスプレをします。
週末はコスプレをします。
交差点のそばを通りました。
交差点の交差点のそばをね。
交差点のそばを通りました。
通りました。
通りました。
I should really include Oh, I did it again. I was looking for my notepad and I immediately hit the I was looking for my notepad so I can write this and I immediately hit the calculator. Oh, there. 谢谢，加油。氷。Say what? I hope that's not coming up. Yeah. Oh. That would explain it. So, Ori. Past, okay. Go by to travel to. Yeah. We're gonna add this, right? Oh, there was a extra goal. Nihongo Benkyo. は200、今日は287日目です。3日間、多分3日間、毎日3日間ぐらいかかります。Let's see. What do you... Alright, we gotta add Toru to the list. Alright.
池袋は賑やかで面白いです。
池袋は、賑やか。Guess we could add some adjectives for the practice. 賑やかで面白いです。
池袋で漫画の本を買いました。池袋で漫画本を買いましたね。漫画の本の買いました。池袋で漫画の本を買いました。
Oh. You put a no in there. Manga no hon. A manga book. That's a little bit redundant, but that's okay. Ikebukuro de manga no hon o kaimashita. Futo. Oh. Going up. Futo. Cosplay. Cosplay. Densetsu. 初心者。住所。
私と一緒にコスプレしませんか？私と一緒にコスプレ
しませんか？
しませんか？
交差点。
渋谷
店。最初。原宿。
3番ホームの電車に乗る。3番
ホームに電車乗る。3番のホームに
3番ホームの電車に乗る。
No, this way. I would place no in two places. That's fine. 3番ホームの電車に乗る。 how does it work? 交差点。
交差点。
交差点。Hold up.
原宿。
花見。
花見。
渋谷。
池袋で映画を見た。
池袋で映画を見た。新宿で、新宿のカフェで会いました。
新宿
のカフェで会いました。
会いた。
その大きな交差点は少し危ないです。
その大きな交差点、交差点な交差点。交差点は少し危ないです。その大きな交差点は少し危ないです。大きな。新宿。新宿にはバス、新宿では私たちは新宿でバスを乗りました。乗りました。しましょう。Where are we going with this? Past tense. 乗った。乗る、乗った。私たちは新宿でバスに乗った。3番ホームの3番ホームに
電車のに
電車に乗る。新宿駅or 新宿の駅。新宿駅で彼女は新宿駅でタクシー乗りました。or 乗った。
彼女
は
新宿駅でタクシーに乗った。wrong particle. Fine. Hooray, more gems.
彼女の部屋は北に面している。
面している。
彼女
の部屋。彼女の部屋は北ね。
北
面している。北に面している。
面している。
It's facing north.
山手線。
山手線。山手線。
父はサラリーマンです。
父はサラリーマンです。 Mm-hmm.
線
And
帰りはとても混んでいました。
帰り
帰りは
は、ね、とも、
山手線
大和ね線で、
帰りは山手
Hold up.
帰りはとても混んでいました。
So,
帰り帰りはとても混んでいました。は
帰りは、Oh, interesting. 帰りは、
帰りはとても混んでいました。とても
とても混んでいました。
いました。
So the returning, it was very crowded returning, or on the way home. Interesting. Yamanote線。
山手
彼の部屋は庭に面しています。彼
は、
彼の部屋は庭に面しています。の
彼はの部屋、彼の部屋は Where is it facing? 庭に
面しています。彼の部屋は庭に面しています。
庭に面しています。His room faces the garden.
山手線に乗ったの？
山手線に乗ったの？
彼女
の部屋は北に面している。Just going back between formal and casual, or polite and casual.
山手線
山手線
線
交差点
渋谷原
宿
山手線
山手線にの
東京メトロはとても便利です。
東京メトロはとても便利です。メトロはサラリーマンで混んでいました。or yes 混んでいました。or 混んでいた。or for me, no, that doesn't. Just we'll use the present, past progressive. Okay.
メトロ
メトロはサラリーマンで What are you going with? 混んでいた。Fair enough.
メトロで多くのサラリーマンを見た。
メトロで多くのサラリーマンを見た。 on the metro. Shumatsu. 週末は山手線。週末。On very crowded on weekend. Maybe actually try this.
山手線
山手線
は
Oh yeah,山手線は週末。Oh, weekdays. Oh, weekdays. Whoops. Weekdays are heitatsu. Heitatsu.
平日
Heijitsu. Oh. Okay, heijitsu. That work. Yeah, 平日でとても本がいます。
がいます
That's a turn of phrase. Using the noun. That should work, right? Oh, today went with 平日は。Technically, oh there, Blair. Technically, in the way of the English sentence, Yamanote could be the topic, as opposed to the weekdays. But I kind of get why. I was testing this out. I was like, maybe we could try this. So that's kind of what I was doing there. It's like a period of time, weekdays, something can be crowded, but that's not how that works. A lot of office workers on the metro.
メトロ
メトロでサラリーマンを
多くの
サラリーマンを見た
通り
I forgot Toru and Tori. Oh yeah, Tori for street. Tori waど人で混んでいます
混んでいます
Okay.
平日
は山手線でとても混がnot 混がoh yeah yes
混
just con pretty sure this 混がいます Oh no, it's not. Oh, wait. No. What I said was fine. Then I accidentally messed up. It's Conde. Oh, they were doing past, present progressive, right? Hold up. So
山は
山手線は
平日
平日で I'm actually kind of curious. So it was my incorrect conjugation of komu.
混
Huh.
でが
Huh. No. Actually, huh.
が
This probably works actually.
で
Oops.
は
Oh no no. Just kidding. Let's try this.
います。とても
No, it still doesn't take that. That's fine. Just curious if you can personalize the day or not.
山手線
Um,
山手線平日
平日
は
は
山手線がとても混んでいます。
Alright, alright, you win.
面白い場所です。
面白い場所です。
場です。
年
年
年
場所を教えてください。
場所
場所
を教えて What?
場所を教えてください。
教えてください。
東京は日本の首都です。
東京は日本の首都です。年
年
この近所にコンビニはありますか？こ
こ
の
の近所この近所この近所にコンビニはありますか？
ありますか？
ブラジルの首都は何ですか？
ブラジルの首都は何ですか？ What is it, folks? What is it?
娘は会社の近所にアパートを借りている。娘
娘は
会社
のアパート
にを
借りている or
娘は会社の近所にアパートを借りている。娘は会社の近所にアパートを借りている。
近所の
近所のに近所の近所に会社
の
娘は会社の近所にアパートを借りている。娘は会社の近所にアパートを借りている。
in the neighborhood, the company's neighborhood. Yeah, that's fine.
ている。娘は会社の近所にアパートを借りている。
Okay. Is renting, right?
私の彼氏は山口市に働きます。
私の彼氏は山口市に働きます。大阪は大都市大都市だ。大阪
は都市 大学、
あ、
大学、大きな、
大きな。Fair enough. 大きな都市だ。
だ。
That's
こん
fine
な
too.
場所に行ったことがない。
What?
こんな場所に行ったことがない。こんな
こんな場所。場所。
い
行ったこと。行ったことがない。
ない。
こんな場所行ったことがない。場所に。どんな場所に行ったことがない。Okay. Which place have you not gone to? Have you not been to? Oh, like this. Or, I guess you're not asking. I have not been to a place. That's not a question. I was thinking of it in a form of a question. Oh, okay.
原宿、天、
渋谷、
渋谷、都市、交差点、
東京は
日本の歌。
首都
首都です。
です。
東京の人口はどれくらいですか？
東京の人口はどれくらいですか？どれくらいですか？くらい。どれくらいですか？Okay. Is there a convenience store in this neighborhood?
この
近所。
近所。
近所。Dang it. この近所。Did I write 近所 properly? I might have said 近所 as well. 近所。この近所には
コンビニ
actually
は
この近所にコンビニはありますか？
ありますか？
東京
の
人口
は
どれくらいですか？
都市
は
都市の人口は
どれ
くらいですか？
ですか？
Alright.
減る、
広島の人口はどれくらいですか？
Oh no.
広島
の人口はOh, interesting. Oh, you guys are kind of mean.
広島の人口はどれくらいですか？どれくらいですか？
Usually they prefer くらい. But くらい is fine too, actually.
増える、
増える。
都市の人口が減りました。
都市の人口が減りました。
減りました。
decreasing 増える
広島の人口が増えている。
増えている。increasing。
広島
広島
の
の
人口
が
混んで増え
て
て
いる。
いる。広島の人口が増えている。
増えている。増えます。increase。
増えます。
人口が増えている。
人口が増えている。
人口が
oh wait. So, was it 減る? I guess 減った works.
減った。
do the codon do
点
山手線
山手線都市
増えます。
減り
減ります。
都市の人口が増えている。
都市の人口が増えている。渋谷
減る減ります。増えます。
原宿
銀座線に乗った。
銀座線に乗った。毎朝は銀座線に乗る。彼は毎朝銀座線に乗る。Sometimes you need it, sometimes you don't. Just gotta feel it out because there's not no context.
銀座
線に乗った。広島の
人口
が increasing. So 増える。So 増えている。Okay.
母
は銀座。Oh,
私
sure.
の
私の母は銀座に店を has? Yes. ある？持っています。
持っています。
Fair enough. Ooh, okay. Alright. Trucking right along. A little tired.
住民
Yes. 住民
数
集まる。
集まります。
住民たちは近所を散歩する。 住民は
住民は
住民たちは近所を散歩する。
住民たち
たちは
Duolingo Duolingo some frequency. Okay. Duolingo something frequency. Something frequency. I see. No. スピーチを教える。Yes, they do. I'm guessing that's informal. Yes, they do. You already saw it. They go back and forth between informal and formal. Unless you're talking about super informal. I don't know if there's even more casual than casual. They already did it a bunch of times. They go back and forth. That last prompt was informal. Unless there's an even more informal than the current informal. Then no. Where were we? 住民たちは
近所
近所
住民たちは近所を散歩する。
近所を散歩する。
するは
Like 散歩する is informal.
住民たちは近所を散歩する。
So I'm not sure if there's any more informal than that. Let's see. 数
ホテルは広場に面している。
ホテルは広場。ホテルは広場に面している。So you can provide an example if you want. Like, is there something lower formal than this? Lower informal than this? Because this is informal as opposed to imasu. Like 面しています。And then I guess they can add emphasis and stuff like yo. And then maybe if you're female, I guess there's no endings, but they don't usually use the female no. And like occasionally they do emphasis like des.
「広場に人がたくさん集まっている」。
集まっている。集まっている。
広場に人がたくさん集まっている。
広場が人
にが
とか
集ま広場に人がたくさん集まっている。
とかが集まっている。たくさん
たくさん
たくさん集まっている。
広場に人がたくさん集まっている。
広場に人がたくさん集まっている。It's really late though. It's really late into it. Plain form, I guess. Plain, casual, I guess informal. This is second. It's taught second. They show it second. So for me it took about 200 days in, something like that. 200 days in, they switch from formal to informal, and then they go back and forth. So you have to guess which one they're referring to. They do not indicate whether it's formal or informal. So now every exercise you need to determine what from the choices if they mean formal or informal. I kind of like it this way, largely because you have to be reminded of both. Okay. Oh, it seems like you're not. Oh. Wait. Why are you telling me this? So you're saying hoteru. Oh, hiroba menshiteru. So you just. I see. Yeah. I mean, that's fine too. I don't know what that example means, like what your point is making, what point you're making. But yeah, that would say the hotel faces the plaza. That's fine. You just remove the stuff. Usually extremely informal speech cut out particles and stuff between things, like, yeah, they do that too. Yep, every once in a while. So I would say extremely informal phrases, you get used to it too. Like the no doesn't exist there a lot of times, so you're just removing particles. I don't think that's any different from informal speech, but occasionally they would drop no's here and there. But yes, why would they want, like, the motivation is that, yeah, you can choose to drop particles if you want. I actually add them back a lot of times. I add back particles. But that's still informal. You said if they teach informal. They don't actually explain anything. So usually they just do it. I think you're being, I think that's being a little pedantic about removing particles or not. Personally. You can choose to remove it or not. Let's see. The number of university students is increasing. So a wee bit pedantic. 数の
大学生
の数が増えている。増えている。I wonder when you have time to do. I wonder what time when you use those things. Personally, I think that's a little. Omitting those things is great if you're omitting those things. It's pretty useful when you're listening to content between two very well, like, people that know each other really well. I don't necessarily think they need to teach dropping particles to understand what they're saying. Shibuya.
渋谷
Shibuya
10
10.
数
Kazu.
住民
For me personally, I don't drop particles most of the time. In English, though, I suppose I do drop prepositions occasionally. However, I try not to. In English, which people drop prepositions a lot and articles a lot in English as well. It gets your translation marked wrong in Duolingo though. Sometimes they're a little bit more flexible. I'm kind of curious how that works for the English learners. They can accept, a lot of times they do accept the particle drop in certain places, especially no. Dropping no every once in a while, they accept it. Adding back no, sometimes it's a little weird. I don't know about dropping ga and the others. Probably not. Let's see. So, atsumarimasu.
集まり
住民
Yumin no
の数
kazu ga. Oh.
が
Oh, no, that's fine.
が
増えている。
ている
If I had to make a relational thing for me for speaking, I probably wouldn't ever speak in extremely informal phrases. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever get to that point. In English, I speak semi-formally to all my best friends. Usually. Unless it's like meme things, which then they would be catchphrases and idioms. But largely I speak like this. Typically quite formally or semi-formally. Attempting to place my adverbs and whatnot in particular places. Completing clauses with a down tone. Atsumarimasu.
集まります
Atsumarimasu. I think the closest thing to extremely informal phrases are the phrases themselves. Duolingo occasionally includes a bunch of phrases and they're taken as is. And since Duolingo doesn't teach grammar, right? Or it doesn't explicitly explain grammar, all the idioms, all the informal phrases, occasional informal phrases, you memorize them because they're missing the grammar points. So your assumption is, oh, okay, this saying drops these things. I don't have one off the top of my head because I don't usually use the phrases too often. But maybe like really informal phrases, frequent informal phrases. They will drop particles here and there. I think some of them usually comes from anime. Other people who are used to them. I personally even from a language learner perspective, I find it a little bit too friendly. I think the conversation and the speech in English in general is incredibly casual. I don't usually resonate with that a lot of times. When people say, I mean, I don't mind them saying it. I don't say it back. Like for example, when people say, "Bruh, do you even try?" I'm like, well, I like to believe that I'm putting forth effort in learning the target language. That's probably what I would reply to. But bruh, do you even try would be an example of extremely informal phrasing in English. But that could be the normal thing or internet commentary. I would choose not to reply in that same speech. Especially, between people. So personally, practicing phrases that I won't normally use in Japanese, it's a mixed bag. It might help you listen to movies and podcasts and blogs between very friendly people, for sure. I would say that's probably the pragmatic use for it. Speaking and constructing and talking to other people, I probably won't use it enough to use it myself. So if you're listening for it, it'll probably still be fairly easy to pick up. Speaking, I would not be able to, since I don't use it very often. If someone comes up and say, "Oh yeah, you're too formal," like, well, that's okay. I like being formal. It's like, well, then that just means you're too detached. Like, you want to. Well, I am. The people who are close to me understand. At least this is my selfish request. Would understand that I'm semi-formal most of the time. Again, not trying to be Japanese. That's one of the things I talk about quite a bit. Let's see.
増えます数住民
I mean, there might be a chance that's related. I haven't been to Japan, and I don't have I don't have close relations with a Japanese native, so I don't know what their opinions are when it comes to the frequency and breakdown of their speech patterns. I know what my speech patterns are in English, though. At least I think. Perhaps I should reevaluate that statement at a later time. Yeah.
山手線
Yamanote Sen. Hiroba. Hiroba.
広場
Hiro. Oh no, not Hiru. Hiroba. Hiroba no. Hiroba ni hito? No.
に
Yes. It takes ga, right?
に
Hiroba ni hito ga atsumatta. Ne?
あった
Atsumatta. Wrote here. Tegami. Tegami. Jumin. Jumin. And 書きました。ね。書いた。ね。の書きました。
住民、私。
私に
住民は
住民は私に手紙を書きました。
手紙を
書きました。
書きまた
Oh, they wanted the resident.
たち
住民たちは私に手紙を書きました。Gather here again at 5 o'clock. 私たちね。Oh, カレー No. No, okay, we don't need that.
ここ、
ここに、また、
また、
ここに、また、
5時、
こっちに、
に、5時、
Let's do
に
this. 5時に、ここに、また、
また、
ここに、gather, 集まる、集ましょう。集まる。Oh, okay. Wait. Uh-oh.
集まろ、
集まろう。Oh, right. 集まろう。Yes. Yes. The one instance of this. I'm kind of curious if they're gonna lean on this sometime. This is the first instance of no Atsumaro. As opposed to like Atsumari masho. Atsumari sho. Oh, maybe that's I'll have to look at that. How did I screw this up? Oh, I was testing that thing.
山手線
Yeah, oops.
平日
平日は山手線
で
とて
と
も
ても
混んでいました。or 混んでいます。is
混で
I
が
keep doing で
ます
or が
彼は毎朝銀座線に乗る。
彼は毎朝銀座線に乗る。He has become every day, every morning he has become the Ginza line. 乗る。毎朝。
メトロで多くのサラリーマンを見た。
メトロ。
メイドメトロ
メトロで
多くのサラリーマンをメイタ
見た。
3番ホームの電車に乗る。
3番ホームの電車に乗る。
父はサラリーマンです。
父はサラリーマンです。
こんな場所に行ったことがない。
こんな、はい、こんな場所に行ったことがない。行ったことがない。
場所を教えてください。
場所を教えてください。場所で、
場所
を、blank space。
教
教え
えて
て
ください。
Please tell me the place or location.
彼女は銀座で地下鉄に乗った。
彼女は銀座で地下鉄に乗った。
面白い場所です。
面白い場所です。
場所。
ああ。
名詞です。
Oh, I cut it off.
面白い名詞。
名詞。How does that work? 名詞。Isn't there a good Japanese restaurant in the neighborhood? A good Japanese restaurant. How do they go about what do they use for good? There's so many ways to go about this. I see oishi. That's probably what they're saying. Yeah. Okay. So
Kinjo.
近所。近所には日本料理の
店。
日本の料理店。Oh, their turn. おはようございます。How are you today, Churn? 最近どうですか？I guess ありません。
ありか。
おいしい They're going with おいしい。
おいしい。
Or good? I mean, a tasty place is good. Right? Fair enough. So, yeah. I keep messing this up. 近所。Yeah. 近所には美味しい日本の料理店ありませんか？ That's a pretty good one. Dang it! Oh, right. I'm missing a particle here. This would be one of the examples. I'm missing a particle here. What the heck is that character? But I'm guessing... Wait. Can I see it? Oh. Choshi. Interesting. Well. Choshi. Oh, is that a personal... how does that work? You're doing well. How does that work? The choshi part. I see the ii desu. It has I am, maybe, is that a feeling? It has telling plus plus a character of condition. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. condition is good, yeah. And like it has telling or informing of some characteristic. Condition makes sense. 調子はいいです. I like it. 調子はいいです。でしょう。Very neat. I haven't learned that yet. I'll keep that in mind. I'm trying to think if there's a Chinese state. Not particularly. The resident goes walks through the neighborhood.
住民
住民たちは
近所
近所を散歩する。
散する
Wait, hold. That makes sense. Kind of.
散歩
散歩する. Wait, but then I don't have a
近所立ち散歩はお
Yeah, I don't know how to relate either. That's the closest thing too. Well, I guess you could say tone as in like my emotional tone is good right now. So tone as in what is your tone in your attitude, I suppose. I don't know. I was trying to see like, nah, that's a bit of a stretch. Their convenience.
この近所
この近所はここにね No wait
は
この近所
ここ
近所にコンビニはありますか？
あります。
How did I screw this up? Oh, I forgot a particle, an essential particle. Or what they believe is an essential particle.
近所
近所に
おいしい
おいしい
日本の
料理店は
ありません。
Oh yeah, ありませんか？あ、近所においしい日本料理の店。Oh, they placed it here. Oh wait, I had this problem before. I'm like, is it a I don't know how I feel about that. Obviously I would put no in both places, but yep. Oh, I get it though. Japanese cuisine store. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. I'll give them points for that. That's fair. That's fair. 近所に日本料理の店. No, wait. Then it's no mise. Then they were looking for mise as opposed to ten. Because Yori 10, I think Yori 10 works too. Am I crazy? Whoops. Ah! I can't spell restaurant in... Oh, wait. How did I mess up? Oh my gosh, I can't spell restaurant in English anymore. Oh, I guess... I guess shokudo would be kind of preferred. No, but we can do Ryori-ten. Yeah, we can do Ryori-ten, but they decided to go with Ryori no... I'm pretty sure then it'd be read as Ryori no Mise. What a kerfuffle there. Usually 10 is with other words because onyomi, Mise just a lone character. Yeah. But what I mean is, this is correct. I could say, oh, actually, hold on. I think they will accept this. Hold up. To illustrate my point.
Oishi.
Oishi Nihon. If they think putting a no here is excessive, it still works if you say Nihon Ryori-ten instead of Mise. Like they want no for it to stand alone. But Ryori-ten is also a restaurant. That's why I put a no here to identify it as a Japanese restaurant. But
What?
Like for example, let's try this. Yeah, see, they would accept that. They don't accept Nihon no Ryori-ten, as in it's a Japanese restaurant, as opposed to a Japanese a restaurant that serves Japanese. Or like a Japan, like a restaurant in Japan. Because that's obviously not what that question is. But Ryori-ten is also restaurant. Although the current phrase they want is Ryori no mise. Mise wa arimasen ka? It's funny. Funny. Neat. Very neat. Opens my eyes. That's probably one of the more frustrating parts with like people who learn, like who use Duolingo. They get upset because, you know, you have hearts, which someone gifted me super, but also you can it feels awful when you don't have like all the options open and whatnot, so that's fine. I mean, earlier I was just talking to this other person who talked about, do they introduce like extremely informal phrases and whatnot. I'm like, kind of yes or no. A lot of times I end up fighting with the dropping of particles and adding back particles and whatnot. I just add the particles wherever I feel like it's appropriate to convey the English meaning at this point. Shukudai, whether it's grammatically correct or not, it's more like, I don't know. I mean, a lot of my English translations are not grammatically correct, apparently. Do what you will. Shukudai.
Shukudai.
I don't necessarily think it's going to greatly impact the way you understand people. But I could be wrong. I'm going to say it's a mixed bag. Yes and no. Right? Most of the time it's yes and no.
Shukudai.
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 I wouldn't be an English speaker otherwise. Harajuku.
Harajuku.
Okay, we got 50 minutes. Let's wrap this day up strong. I'm a bit lackadaisical today.
Shukudai.
Whoops. Let's see, yes.
Shukudai. Harajuku.
Harajuku.
Harajuku. Shitsu. Kyōshitsu.
Kyōshitsu.
Kyōshitsu. Genkan.
Genkan.
What does Harajuku mean? Harajuku? Harajuku means Harajuku. It's the name of the place, Harajuku. This unit is describing cities, and they gave you a bunch of city names from Japan. So Harajuku is one of them. Harajuku, Shinjuku, Shibuya, Hiroshima. Yeah, Ikebukuro, right? The Chiba. We didn't get Chiba, but Ginza. Yeah, gotta be familiar with Japanese places. I'm not familiar with Japanese places. Yeah, that's fair. It's understandable. Yeah. You love figuring out the structure for sentence equations when you get new words? Yeah, me too, Blair. Me too. Me too. Although, again, the whole gamifying thing with the hearts thing, not the greatest. I totally understand people's frustration. You're discouraged from figuring out the structure for sentence equations because you don't get to experiment. So I totally understand that. It is a point of a little. It's my agreement with the nitpicky thing. You don't get to explore if you can't trial and error. When this is basically trial and error. It's still relatively okay.
小学
小学
宿題
Harajuku.
原宿
Yeah, Harajuku.
塾
Is Harajuku a well-known place? Yeah, it's kind of a well-known. Like, for people who want to visit Japan. They gave you all the well-known places.
山口
Yamaguchi.
自転車
Jitensha. Although Yokohama, we don't have Yokohama yet. And Chiba is pretty good too.
自転車
Jitensha.
宿題
Udai.
5枚
Omai. Harajuku.
原
宿題
Skudai. I'm waiting for Fukuoka, Nagoya. Maybe like Hokkaido. There are a couple more places that I would add. You know Ueno, but not Harajuku. Ueno is a really beautiful place, though. Yeah, Ueno, especially their park, it's very iconic. And then obviously Kyoto and Tokyo. But there is also like the Kyushu to the left. And Okinawa. Okinawa is not even introduced. A beautiful place as well.
宿題
Skudai. You know what's funny? I think I might
宿題
know more cities around the Tokyo, like more things around the Tokyo area than around my own local place where I live. That's kind of a little sobering thought.
出口
Deguchi. Deguchi. Fuku. Something Fuku. What are you? Seifuku. Yeah, Seifuku.
制服
Seifuku. Kanji.
漢字
Kanji.
原宿
Harajuku.
宿
Skudai.
原宿
Harajuku. Oh, you know, in this chapter, in this unit, they introduced mensuru. Mensuru. And according to the Jisho thing, it's an N1 concept. And I don't know what makes it N1, but it does say it's a special class suru. So I don't know what that means at the moment. But that's kind of curious. But I don't expect to see mensuru too often. It's interesting because they use men, which is probably onyomi, right? For mien. I don't ever think I would hear a Japanese person say mien or closer to mien than men. Yeah, you just end up writing the sentence down and breaking it apart to look at it, then plug anything similar into that equation. Yeah. What did you have? Denki. Denkiya kara itoko. いとこの家まで30分かかります。Yeah, mensuru. Yep, exactly. This. Mensuru. In fact, it's actually not even this. It's they actually did shite so facing or looking upon. So men shite iru. Right. But that's kind of what my interpretation is, where they took the suru and did shiteiru. So it's like men shiteiru. The closest hit I got was this. Men I mean, I doubt I'm gonna see this too often, but yeah, to look upon, to face something in this unit. It's just out of nowhere. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna memorize that for now.
原宿
Harajuku.
原宿
It's funny. It's peculiar, right? Duolingo is very peculiar. Shikudai. Am I being a bud, or does that not sound right? Oh yeah. Yeah, to face, get it? I like it because the Chinese totally gives it away. Right? Mian. It's like to look upon something. It's like, yeah, I got you, Mian, right here. I got you, Mian, right here.
2枚
2枚
4000
4000
3匹
3匹
宿題
宿題
Harajuku.
I think I'm not sure if you're familiar with Ikebukuro, but can you if you probably know what Ikebukuro sounds like. So yesterday when Ikebukuro was introduced, right? I'm like, oh, it's a pawn bag. Nice. Right? It's a pawn bag, Ikebukuro. You got Bukuro and you got Ike. Neat. I actually really love names. This chapter was this unit was a lot of fun because there's a chance that they're introducing new kanji with the names, but a lot of times we've covered enough kanji that the names are like relatively okay. And you know, the kanji section is already revealing that, right? This is a new kanji, hara and bara. So like Akihabara and Harajuku. However, juku we've already seen in shuku. So you can combine like, so ju, right? Ju. But if you look at the ju, it's where shu. So you're getting used to like ha and ba transition and ju and shu. So you're kind of getting the feeling of how the sound changes. Like a lot of times it's a roll change. It's a ten change. So like ha and ba, right? Ha and ba. So you kind of intrinsically, at least in my opinion, for me, it's making it pretty obvious. Like I'm getting used to the idea. It's like, oh wait, yeah, that could be the same character, because it's Harajuku and Akihabara. So Habara, and then ha, right? Ha is kotoba. It's kind of nice. I don't know. I enjoy it. You're still not used to the 10-10 chain because I don't know when they'll add a 10-10. Oh, yeah. I don't either. Just feel it out, Churn. Just feel it out. one day you're gonna do like a, Ultra Instinct on it. I'm kidding. I am kidding. Probably just exposure is enough. Okay. Probably. Oh, we aren't gonna finish this.
Shibuya.
Not the common sense. No common sense. Common sense is overrated. Intuition.
Shibuya.
Intuition.
渋谷
Shibuya.
渋谷。
渋谷。
Pawn bag. I mean, yeah, pawn bag.
Shibuya.
Shibuya.
I don't know if there's a pawn in Ikebukuro.
Shibuya.
Imagine if there was a pawn. Shibuya.
Shibuya.
What are other places
Shibuya.
I could name?
Shibuya.
渋谷。
Shibuya.
渋谷
Shibuya.
渋谷。
What are places that they
Shibuya.
haven't named that I would?
欲しい。
Hmm.
渋谷。
Oh, fair enough. Yep.
Shibuya. Shibuya.
Akiha? Might be beautiful autumn leaf. Is it Aki and Ha? What's the read on the last one? Oh, just so Akihabara is a place. Oh, it's Ba. Ooh, Akiba. Ooh. I feel like that might actually be a place.
ほしい。
Hoshii.
That would sound like a place for sure. Akiba. I'm trying to think of like a
渋谷
I like Fukuoka. Fukuoka sounds fantastic. I don't actually know what the characters they decide to use to make Fukuoka.
渋谷
Maybe something dealing with two rivers. Or maybe there's river in it somehow. I guess you could also do the same with other cities though. Duo is trying to kill you with all the verbs. Oh, did you get a predicate? Did you get a predicate unit? A tense unit maybe?
渋谷
欲しい。
I always found Fukuoka a really wonderful name. It's a really pretty city as well. What about the city Chiba? Yeah, Chiba. Oh, they use 1,000 leaf for Chiba. Yeah, I mentioned Chiba already. They haven't introduced Chiba yet. What I mean is they use Chiba as a location, but they haven't introduced the kanji in this one. This unit was very long, actually.
渋谷。
It was very, very long. However, they introduced 8 names in one go.
試合。
試合難しい。
難しい。楽しい。
渋谷。
欲しい。
欲しい。Oh my gosh, I didn't slide into place. That's what happens when you click too quick. What am I doing? Oh yeah. 試合中。
試合中。欲しい。
悲しい。
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 難しい。
渋谷。
欲しい。
試合。
試合。
欲しい。
Oh, okay. There is that stroke there. I was a little 50-50 today. I was like, wait a minute. Was there that one stroke there or not?
欲しい。難しい。渋谷。
渋谷。楽しい。
楽しい。
渋谷。
Like, I know the difference of past and present and suggestive stuff, but now it's like, here, have. いりましょう。いりません。歩きますと、歩きますと、歩ましょう。Oh, yeah. Sometimes I don't like how my keyboard is giving the kanji when I just want to type hira. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
欲しい。
Understandable.
や。
Wait. What was I looking for? Oh, 欲しい。
欲しい。い。
Alright, well, we neglected our kanji for today, but this part has become a little bit more optional these days because we're picking up characters very, very quickly. Although one day we gotta go back. We've fallen so far off the horse. There used to be a time, like, when was the last time I consecutively completed the kanji section? Way back in unit 43? Oh no. And then I collapsed some of the stuff. Occasionally there's streaks of reasonable things. Like, oh man, my digressions have gotten worse and worse. Now I'm barely like touching the things just to double check. So all of these, like when I get to the last group, right? I didn't even get to the last group on this, but most of the time I try to get to the last group just to confirm the stroke order that I've been using. And occasionally I get corrected, right? I get corrected just to make sure my stroke order is correct. But nowadays I don't even complete these sections, which I'm getting a little complacent. But that's the end of this section. By the way, we're 1 day, 2 days away because tomorrow is Monday, so Neverwinter. But we're 1 day away from doing the first story thing that they have. And they don't have that many story things, which unfortunately, I hope section 4 has more stories. Because there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then it stops. It's just 10 stories. And it stops, but it's like the three last ones are like the last couple in a section is kind of weird. So I hope section 4 has more. But we're finally reaching the end game of Duolingo. And quote unquote game. The end phase. This is the last feature in a developed course. So like if the course is like in the top 5 or something, typically the low end Japanese is like 5 or 6 in terms of like relevance, like usage. So manage to have stories, right? However, if you go to like the top 3, then there's something above this. I think Spanish and English now have adventures is the other feature on the course, right? So it'll be interesting. I'm curious. It's about a passport. I don't know how I feel about the passport being the first story, but I haven't seen what it's like. Oh, hey, look. It's the annual bot reminding me that I'm live on Twitch. Thank you. Jamie jumping hair, huh? I wonder how they got that auto-generated. Alright, folks. it's a wrap for today. I think this unit was okay. As in, like, it allowed you to throw in a lot of characters, right? Lots and lots of characters here and there. We kind of learned how to refer to people and cities and, like, the residents. Yeah, dude. You know, I hear a lot of times YouTube, like, proliferates my algorithm with like, suggestions, and then oftentimes the occasional Duolingo suggestion comes up, and it's like speedrunning Duolingo. It's like, I don't know how fast you are, but I think I do these kanji sections pretty quickly. And I don't know, when someone says they, like, sped run, someone literally actually said this to me early in the early days, when someone said, oh yeah, I sped run Japanese. It's like, what do you mean by speed run the Japanese course? You mean the 2024 course? Go, yeah. And my guess is they took the exam, and it shortcuts to section 5. This is I'm revealing my gamery side of things. It's a any percentage speed run. So the any percentage speed run is to skip to section 5 and finish section 1 through 5. And I even would agree, would say they probably didn't complete the kanji section, because this stuff is hecka fun. I like this stuff. I like this section the most. However, holy heck, there are so many exercises. Like, I think I got down the pattern already. So it's 10 exercises each that deals with writing, and then any additional auxiliary overlap is added on top of this. So there are 1 introductory stroke order, and then there's 4 or 5 double each radical, and then there's mix match for the last 4 to make a set of 10. So it's hard to explain, but if, say, like, you're trying to learn how to write this, right? The very first writing exercise, they're going to break down the stroke order, like, one by one, using a track exercise followed by a pre-rendered exercise. So like an onion skin, like a template, like a tracing. We'll call it tracing. There's a track, tracing, then they remove and do one at a time, one radical at a time. That's the first one. And then the next 4 to 5 is double. It's double and radical breakdown structure. And then the last 4 to 5 repetitions is different pairs usually. So nowadays kanji average around 3 elements. So it'd be like 1 plus 2, then 2 plus 3, then 1 plus 3, and then wrap it up with the whole thing. That's their routine. So you have all of those exercises for every one of these boxes. And on top of that, if these boxes overlap with each other, there'll be additional exercises thrown in that overlaps with them. And then every one of these exercises is an upkeep of all the previous exercises, and they can range. And recently, in the last 3 units, now all of these exercises, some of these, like this one, for example, is missing a lot, right? These got review writing exercises. So the review writing exercises are in for certain characters that have been rotated out for a really long time. So any bar that is missing a lot have additional exercises for upkeep for the writing part of it. So now the length has ballooned. It's like gigantic. To complete this is when I hear people say something like, "Oh, I completed the unit," it's like, wait. Did you do this part? Because this part takes, even if you don't speak, so you don't speak, right? Don't speak, no think, just react. right? Quote unquote, just react. This is the practice. As fast as it go, it's still like double the time of the actual unit that you do. So I don't know if it's great or not. I just think this stuff really conditions you to be like, oh yeah, that's a character. This is a character. This must mean something. I think this is where it mostly comes from. And then the units get quicker. It becomes even quicker because of all these drilling, all this drilling, which I enjoy. You know, it's almost for lack of a better word, which is a little undesirable, a little bit more intuitive, right? What I mean is, it gets to a point, it's like, okay, yep, it's this pattern. Yes, you write it this way. At one point, I'm gonna have to review and summarize a lot of my stroke intuition, because nowadays I see a character, I write the character. And occasionally there might be a stroke that's a 50-50. And the 50-50 has something to do with actually more between Chinese and Japanese. And then occasionally, like maybe 1% of the time, there's an interesting radical that I'm like, how do you write this? And this is peak interest. It's gone down to like 1%. It used to be like, oh my gosh, that's an interesting way to write this. Oh my gosh, and now it will take months before I encounter this guy looks weird. Like let me see if there's anyone in here. The weirdest one in this entire group set, there isn't one in this group set. So the most recent pattern, it might be this one. This one's like a little bit weird, right? This is a little bit weird, largely due to like this thing here. Usually a lot of elements deal with curve as opposed to a flat, up to this point. So maybe this is the weirdest one. Maybe you learned all the radicals already, so you don't find it interesting anymore. I gotta keep it interesting. You know what I mean, Churn? Like, that's what I'm kind of thinking. If I'm capping out, right? If I'm capping out at like 95, let's just say 95% coverage of writing, I'm gonna try to figure out another way to engage with this. When I stop paying attention, the point when I stop paying attention while I'm learning, this is what I do personally. I don't know if other people do this or not. My personal take is when I get above 80% coverage, as in it's not even 90, I think I'm at 95% right now. If that means I'm slacking off. When I get about 80%, say like, so 20% of the time I'm still like, yes, this is interesting, like this part is interesting, then I'm still okay. When I start getting past to like 90% of the time, I try to find new ways of being interested. So I try to come up with a creative way that makes me want to look at these characters again. Like I want to get invested in this. So right now, what I'm doing is when I write a new character, like when I write an old character, for example, this is an old character actually because of Chinese, like su shi, right? Su xie for math. The idea is now I'm thinking about all these things, and now I'm like, so how, like, I'm taking in more of a deep dive on how I make and draw these things and how I'm feeling them. So I'm like spending more time trying to focus on something else that I didn't get a chance to focus on. So like, oh, where can I find this in a lot of things, right? So now as I'm writing them, I'm like really looking at this. It's like, okay, where can I find this? So Duolingo does do this. So Duolingo is basically doing this already. Now I'm doing it myself in advance, right? I'm doing myself in advance. I'm not waiting for a vocabulary word. And that's what's keeping me engaged. For me, that's the key for me. Like one of the things is if I start saying, if I start doing something, and my thought is, wait, I don't remember what my thoughts were about something, right? About something. Then this is fine if you're vibing and chilling, right? You're vibing and chilling. That's fantastic. That's what you want to do. You want to do something without necessarily remembering what it was about. You're trying to unwind. But when I'm learning, if I get to this point, it's already more than 90%. It's probably like 95%. So there are times when I'm writing and I'm like, wait a minute. How many characters did I even write today? Earlier on, like let's say reverse 100 days back, I actually could remember how many characters I learned each day. Like I'm like, oh wait, let's see. I think I wrote about 13 new characters, and then I write them down because I was so focused. I was focused on they were new, and there were a lot of things interesting with them, right? I was learning. I was incredibly engaged with being able to write them. Now I'm not, and my recalls are getting sloppier. They are getting sloppier and sloppier. So I'm trying to think of ways to not do that. Sometimes I think, well, for most people, I know this is gonna sound like it sounds like a story. Sometimes people just take a break. You take a break. You walk away from it, come back in like a month's time. Like literally tell yourself, say, I'm gonna walk away for a month and try the darndest to engage in something else that's interesting at the time, right? Interesting, then come back and be like, all right, here we go again. And that can break the complacency. For me, you don't have to do this if you're not focused on performance. Like if you're not focused on like getting combating diminished return, you don't have to break something or like renew your enthusiasm, right? You can keep doing it. It becomes less and less effort, right? You become more and more efficient, so you spend less and less time, and you can consume more and more volume. The volume goes up, so that technically means you cover more things. Your overall recall and performance might go down, but your volume is going up. Like you're consuming way more. So these are all the things that I personally do take into account. Most of the time, I favor my engagement. And I can definitely tell that a lot of things are getting sloppier because I'm being too complacent. In Mandarin, which I'm about to go to, we're about to switch. This is a good closing situation. In Mandarin, my duh is so bad right now. I place duh wherever I feel like it. It's kind of like the equivalent of putting like in a filler word, you know, the filler word like in English anywhere you want. Like this is like that, like you know what I mean, like really. And I'm putting like duh everywhere. Like, okay, is this duh like she, you know, sure duh Trey I duh mama duh chul duh, so, and I'm like wait, let's let's dial it back a little because I'm getting complacent. Because duh is one of your first. It's one of your first. And you've used it so many times and it's become like a lot of times I just drop it because IRL you use feeling to put duh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you feel the duh. Yeah, you feel the duh. I've been so what is the Japanese equivalent? Is no. No is the Japanese equivalent. And someone already mentioned this about like extremely informal phrases. I put no wherever I feel like it feels good. Like, oh, okay. And I get like whomped. I get whomped all the time by Duo and whomped by other people. Like I know this, know that, know everything, right? That's a pun, by the way. That's the best I got. Know everything. Just know everything. You know? Know this, know that, know everything. Right? You can literally put it anywhere in casual speech. Yeah, basically. But writing got limit. Yeah, exactly. So if you're writing and doing like grammar stuff and whatnot, there are limitations, there are restrictions. However, when you're the only difference is that no, you use it for nouns only. Yeah, kind of. You can use no for a question. And if you happen to be, I guess this is a thing. If you happen to be, I don't know how adherent this is. If you happen to be of the feminine persuasion, you can put no at the end of a sentence. Oh, you could also. Oh, I guess that's with a noun. Yeah, technically you're putting a verb with no when you're nominalizing something. But then I guess this is considered a noun, so I suppose you could use it with nouns only. Technically that still applies. If the verb becomes a noun, then the no is being used with a noun, maybe. But technically when you use a verb with no, this becomes a noun, but the thing you remember is a verb. So no accompanies a verb. Right? Like duh can be used with adjectives. No can be used with adjectives too. But it's nominalizing the no. So what I mean is the generative no can be next to like aoi. Whoops. Aoi. Right? Am I a pep? Oh no, I wrote Shizuka. I meant Aoi. Sorry. Aoi no. Aoi no. This is an adjective. This is the noun. So this is the nominative no. Like nagai no. A long one. Nagai no. A long one. And the long is an adjective. Like ao no. Or I don't know if you would add e here. Aoi no. As opposed to ao no. Or like aka no. Or akai no. Just throw no everywhere. Except for the beginning of the sentence. Actually. No, you can't throw in. Well, you can't. Can you throw duh in the front of a sentence? Yeah, cause oh yeah, akai. So yeah, we need akai. Yeah, we need akai. My bad. Yeah, to make it into an adjective, and then akai no. So then it would just be like, red one. It's just like a red one, you know, the red one, something like that. I think those are my recent discoveries. Like when I mean recent discoveries, I mean a recent complacencies. Recent habits that tells me that I'm not paying attention anymore. Like I'm paying less and less attention. So that's what I'm focused on right now, largely because while Chinese, I'm not worried about Chinese because the course is ending. The course is ending. So I have an objective breaking point that I'm going to have to switch it up. So I'm already planning all these things. However, the things I'm switching up will eventually be applied to Japanese, or maybe not because I might move on from it. The problem, the difference is Japanese still has like more than 8 months left. Like if I go for another solid 8 months, I might get to the end. So the thing is, I need to figure out how I'm going to mix it up. What are the new things I can do to mix it up? As in not give up on all the things I'm currently doing. But more, how do I build more into the current stuff so I can still be more interested? The longer I continue to do something and notice that I'm becoming more and more lax is telling me that I'm trying and trying less. As in, I'm spending more time, but I'm not like actively engaged anymore. And that doesn't mean you can't have fun. That doesn't mean, like, it's not the same as having fun. You can have fun passively all the time. Actually, I like to believe that most people who play video games, they play passively. They play passively for fun. So like if you're logging into your 5,000th hour of Minecraft and 6,000th hour of Fortnite, it's probably an 80-20 split where 80% of the time you're just vibing. In fact, I'm gonna say more like 90 or 95%. You're vibing, and 5% or less you're learning something, right? Because practice is a big part of the enjoyment. Practice and learning can be exclusive in a percentage way, like 5% learning, 95% practice. Practice goes up when your competency goes up, and learning goes down, right? Only so much of it is learning anymore. Every occasional discovery, those minute discoveries are really significant. I'm not saying they're not significant, but it takes so much more time to reach a breakthrough or to reach that little notch of learning, right? Like, oh, this little subtle thing has changed my, change your Fortnite game forever. And that makes sense. It takes a long time. So what I do is I don't really do that. Like I prefer to pick up something else. As in let's go and do a different skill that complements. And I'm still looking for that. So I'm working on it. Right now the writing thing, it's come to a head. I'm like being too lax, even in my attitude towards it. I'm like, I already, quote unquote, I already know probably how to write these. It's been a very, very long time since I concerned myself with, oh, how do you write this? Like, I don't remember the last time I said that. Most of the time I'm saying, this one stroke could be this or that. Let's go double check, right? It's usually double checking that. and I have yet to find a clever way of doing it. The best I've got now so far is that I start thinking about the radicals by my own standards, as in every time I see a radical when I'm writing it for the first time in a new character, I do this routine where I ask myself, I'm gonna break down this character, take a guess, and I'll write it. I'm like, okay, so that part and this part, okay, so this is a crown, but the crown is agnostic. The crown is agnostic to the idea of sitting and taking, as in taking a sit, because this here is the Mandarin for 坐, right? So that, and then this is a Japanification. And that's, so as I'm writing them, I'm like, okay, that's one element. That's, and then this is another element. And not in the sense that that's exactly what it is. It's the idea that with my current knowledge, and I make the writing more engaging based on my current knowledge. And eventually, it may or may not reach a level of understanding that other people have already prescribed. However, if someone told me what this is and what that is, like how they go about it, then I'm no longer doing that anymore. So then it's no longer interesting, right? I'm not discovering anything. So it won't motivate me to be interested in these if I'm not doing something. It does take time, but I prefer to be actively wanting to do these things than someone like coaching me. I feel like there's a balance to be had. I am open to a lot of coaching when the stuff is really, really engaging. But when the stuff is not really engaging anymore, you want to be doing more, in my opinion. More discoveries, more challenges, more solving things. That's largely what happens when you have video games. What do they do in the end game? Well, the first playthrough is the learning potential, right? It's the learning playthrough. Then you remove all the other practice methods and you offer challenges. Those challenges extend the life of a video game. They switch up the stuff. They try to, or at least the developers attempt to extend the life of the engagement. And that's kind of how games work really well. And then that game theory kind of bleeds into, how do you engage kids these days if they play so many video games? You could, one option is to structure your way, not Duolingo. Duolingo actually doesn't do this as much, because otherwise they would be introducing a new feature systematically. So for example, section 1, all simple clauses. Section 2, all compound clauses. Section 3, all conditional compound clauses. Section 4, answer and response. Section 5, so they would do like a systematic step up, right? But that's not what turns out what Duo does. However, there's a lot of other things going around. So, and this section has not really changed too much. The most recent thing was adding a review writing. However, the writing itself is still the same exercise. So, not too much. All right, I've digressed a wee bit for today. Like the can be used with an adjective like 红色的, yeah, which funny enough, akai no or kuroi no is similar to, although there's nothing after. Or actually you can have something, you can modify the noun. Oh, because you haven't used it with E or non-adjective. I see. Yeah. Anyways, it's a thinking process. I think it is very, very healthy and very important. So what is the take-home message of the end? I think the hot take here, right after the 30 minutes of digression, is that I think someone's life benefits, quote unquote, benefits significantly is the word I would use, like noticeably, significantly, from knowing your own cues, knowing your own cues of complacency. This is significant in the terms of learning. Like I want to qualify a little bit so it becomes less hot. You know, I want to chill out this hot take a little. So, one thing that I have often focused on after like a month or 2 months or 3 months, how do you stay focused? Like, how do you stay motivated on what seems like the same thing? The idea is that if you understand, in my opinion, in the beginning, if you understand what your cues are of how you're complacent, oftentimes that gives you the first opportunity or the earliest possible opportunity to address what the complacency is. Once you become too complacent, in my opinion, there is a threshold. When you cross that complacency, right? Mine is like at the 20% mark. It's arbitrary. You fill these out. So there's no answer. Like there's no specific details for any one person. You have to figure this out somehow yourself, right? You can use other people as inspiration to see if it's involved in it. Once I pass, once I diminish, right? Diminish below 20%, I start working on integrating. I start working on doing the other stuff. So the whole time when I'm doing this, I'm planning, right? I'm brainstorming on my free time. What am I going to do next? Like, what is the next thing I would try to bring into my learning process the moment I get to this point? As in, there's no rush. You want to be patient. And the idea is you'll be ready when the thing gets, quote unquote, boring. And boring not in a negative or positive way. What happens is it gets normal. The thing becomes normal. And when you're normalized, when everything is normal, in my opinion, you learn less. You just learn less. There's no way around it. Because things are normal. They're not interesting anymore. You don't look at your doorknob that you open every day after like 2 days. If you replace the doorknob, you might notice the doorknob for like a month. I mean, some people might notice it for like a week, and then the doorknob is no longer interesting anymore. So that's the idea, and I'm doing it with learning, and I do this pretty much all the time. When I was studying science, that's what I did. I had to change something so that it doesn't feel like I'm constantly reading the same thing. You know, you start generalizing. I think one of the biggest cue from a person that's listening to other people is how often they repeat something in a different way. So when someone says, oh yeah, you know, I really like the way this looks, and then, oh, the colors are nice, and oh, I like the shape of this, and then what happens is, okay, so you focus a lot on the visuals of this thing. Have you tried focusing on the sound of the game you like? Because many times, most of the things you find interesting is of one quality. So that kind of thing. So one of the quote unquote hacks, life hacks, is not really a hack. You spend your due diligence writing things down, right? Writing things down. If someone asks you, write an essay about your observations regarding a thing that you spend more than 2 hours a day doing every day, which is for me, Duolingo. I spend more than 6 hours on Duolingo. So when I write that essay to myself every month or so, I see things that I do very often, and those things are the things I address first. Like, am I competent enough? Is it efficient enough? Have I become too efficient? When you become efficient, it's great. That means you have more time. Put something else on top, right? Do something else on top of that. You're really efficient now. Doing more of the same thing, I would argue, will accelerate your disinterest. It will cause you to burn out. You'll be less interested. And usually, a lot of times when people say, I've burned out, is when they reach the critical mass point where everything falls apart. As in, your entire disinterest is of the bigger thing, not of the smaller thing. So, before you get there, you can address the smaller thing. And I think addressing smaller things are are less volatile, right? Yesterday I was talking about addressing smaller things, about habits, like atomic habits. So you're tweaking the small things as they're coming about, as opposed to waiting for the big thing. Like, what's a good one? I hate Duo now. Whoa. For myself, to get to this point, there's got to be at least 30 cues before I get to the point where I hate something. Like, there's got to be at least 30 details before I develop a hate for Duolingo. So when someone says, oh yeah, I don't use Duolingo anymore, and I would ask them, okay, so why not? Why haven't you used Duolingo? It's like, oh, it just didn't work. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, just didn't work. Is just didn't work mean one big thing, which it sounds like one big thing, or 40 little things piled up together, right? Usually I'm the latter as the former. If someone summarizes and generalizes things, they're already over it. You're not. So as if someone is asking me for advice how they can be successful with something, I honestly think that the first thing, one of the earliest things, is to understand how you micromanage, how you manage your interest in the first place. When someone says, oh, I already tried Babbel, I already tried or whatever, Pimsleur and Anki, none of them work. What I heard was you tried one big thing, two big things, three big things, but they're all separate big things. They're not 40 things when you say Anki. They're not 40 more things when you say Duolingo or Babbel. So what happens is, whatever product I recommend or whatever I use, it's going to be discarded as fast as you think about the things. So what does that feel like when you're talking about the current generation? Doom scrolling. Right? When you scroll, there's one content creator, right? That one content creator is summarized in that 30 seconds that your attention span can promote. And then when you swiped, that content creator is no longer relevant unless they show up again, right? So then it would be content creator number 2. And you swipe, 30 seconds later, these two might not be irrelevant. However, if it goes back to content creator 1, then that person gets an extra 30 seconds. So now that's 1 minute. And so the more exposure you get to a very specific one, you remember them. Right? You remember them. And to me, that's how you describe retention and exposure. And that's a very rudimentary way of describing how algo eventually gets someone to become attached superficially, parasocially, to a person, to a content creator, eventually. Because the algo will filter and expose you based on how much exposure the content has. So that content creator with more exposure will come up more frequently in your exposure. But that exposure is passive. You have 30 seconds to form an active engagement in the process. That's not long enough to think of the stuff as more than one thing. It can't become 40 nuanced things if your attention to it is less than 30 seconds or less than a minute. Now YouTube Shorts, for example, have a longer format. So does TikTok, like 3 minutes, maybe tops. And what happens, in my opinion, is now you're wondering, what does this have to do with language learning? And this is going to be the punchline. Please take this with a grain of salt. I don't think our youngins and the generation is doomed or anything. I think it's going to be a change in the future. When you normalize that, now try to learn something. Right? Now ask yourself, you have a generation who's used to that type of engagement, quote unquote engagement, right? That is what most people refer to now as brain rot. Their brain isn't literally rotting, in my opinion. Like, I want to disclose that. You're not getting dumber or like losing a capacity you don't have. I don't want to give that type of foreboding. The thing is, what's normal is how they acquire something, right? How they acquire knowledge. But the problem that what makes it seem like it's brain rot is because most of the techniques and things that make you sustainable as a learner is being diminished by the way you're engaging with the generational content. So why does Duolingo not work for a lot of people, or anything not work? Requires an awareness of how you're engaging with content in the first place. Like, how can I sit here and talk about these characters for like 3 hours? It's largely because I'm not normalizing engaging things for less than 30 seconds. I don't get anything out of 30 seconds. In fact, I did this experiment on myself, and I spent about a month trying to learn from shorts. Some days I felt like I learned absolutely zero, as actually to even zero, to the point where I didn't even know if I liked the content. Because by the time I start forming a thought, the new thing hits you. The thing is, though, when you step back and you think about the whole day, right? You think about the whole day of content, you can summarize it in like 3 words. One day, I just doom scrolled on like a specific account, like on a separate account, and for 30 minutes, and I could summarize it in 3 words. Sigma, face, funny. That's all I got. For a solid 30 minutes of hyper aggressive scrolling, all I got was Sigma, face, and funny. Do I get anything from Sigma? No, not really. Face? I mean, I have a face. Was it funny? Okay. So in 30 minutes, I've learned nothing. I've learned that people can make funny faces and make other people smile, right? That's useful. It is useful. The thing is, it's not useful for me, right? So now you're going to learn. Now we put that ourselves in that mindset. Put yourself in the shoes of someone who spends 3 to 4 hours. Usually the most useless content is the most now if you're feeling really bad, like there's usefulness in it, but I think most of the people who use it is out of passive routine. So they're no longer useful. Like to them and to me, I'm no longer useful. If I'm happy and I'm really excited and motivated, I learned nothing. I learned 0 because it's not useful for me. When you're sad, depressed, alone, quote unquote lazy, like you want to feel good, it's useful because it provides dopamine, right? I'm going to put dopamine in quotes. So emotionally, those are very useful. And the downside is it's a band-aid, right? It's a band-aid. It helps you address sad, depression, alone, laziness, perhaps. It's very comforting. However, it doesn't produce a solution. Like it doesn't produce a solution or a proactive way of saying, wait, but I could solve these things. I could reduce my sad, alone, laziness. So therefore, it creates less of a dependency on passive consumption. I can step away most of the time because the moment I scroll for 15 minutes or 10 minutes, I'm thinking, well, I could have been practicing for 10 or 15 minutes. So because I'm healthy, I'm happy, I have things that are interesting to me, I have things that I want to do for myself. Now that's the mindset that have to break, right? Like that's my social experiment. My social experiment is if someone talked to you, if you met someone and they're like, I'm not doom scrolling right now, how do I talk to this person? The odds are the first thing you probably want to do is address if they have any of these things. Like ask them, hey, how's your day? Did you hang out with anybody recently? Like, what did you do? Did you hang out with friends, family? Oh, by the way, happy holidays. Like, it's a nice time to hang out with friends and family, right? And they could say something like, no, I just chill and play video games alone. It's like, well, what about your family? What do you do if you're hanging out alone? What do your parents do? Or what do your friends want to do? Maybe you would like to join them or something. And then the alternative is to ask about their satisfaction, but not directly. Like concern about them, saying like, well, how do you feel today? Like, did the video games make you happy? Like, why do you vibe to video games? Like, what are you doing, right? So why are you doing that? That kind of thing. And what happens, in my opinion, is to encourage them to either say yes or no, explain that, and ultimately, I think, to me, causing them to engage with themselves. Gives a little bit more merit to asking, do you need this now? You can keep eating, if sugar makes you feel good, you can keep eating sugar, or you can require sugar less. You can choose to be dependent on the sugar, or use the sugar as a form of reward, a concentration form of reward, right? So those are the things that deals with learning anything now. Like, how do you regulate that? And I digressed long enough, but there's more. There's more about that. I think about it pretty much every day. Largely because I wouldn't be as effective personally and happy about learning things, and even things that I don't think are fun or interesting, and yet I learn them and then eventually find them fun and interesting and important, is largely due to the nature that there is something to be learned, there's something to be discovered. And then when I go to vibe, I choose when I need to vibe. As in, when this stream goes off, I am in vibe mode. I go play video games, I get my dopamine, I check out and hang out with my friends, I talk to them, banter. I don't necessarily have to learn anything because I've done my learning for today, that kind of thing. So lately, I found myself, this is the way to counterbalance the increasing volume that I need to do for learning. The greater my learning volume grows, the greater my reward center requires things to offset it, right? Not the other way around, where you're overloading on reward and hoping one day you pick up something to use all of that excess energy, right? It's not going, it rarely happens. You get more energy, quote unquote, more good stuff, or exchange some of that good stuff to pick up some stuff that requires that energy, right? The chances are, and for all intents and purposes, the human condition would choose the path of least resistance most of the time, unless you're framing it a different way, but kind of hand-wavily similar to mine. The idea is investing in something that requires energy will then eventually produce more reward, right? That's the framework. And hasn't really happened yet, although the people around me feel the same way. So my friends and I, we don't feel that way most of the time. It's kind of one of those things. Oh yeah, this is going to take up my time. Okay, what else is it going to do? No, nothing else. It's going to take up my time, so I'm not going to do it. Like, all right. I mean, it's your prerogative. I'm not here to insist on anything. Largely, when someone says they have a problem, my first inclination was, okay, let's go solve it. Let's do it right now. No time like the present. And their thought would be like, oh, wait, let me chill and vibe and build up so that I'm ready to solve that problem. So I'll wait till the day you feel like you're ready. That day may never come, so you have to be anticipating that, right? For me, when someone asks me a question and I don't know anything about it, right? I actually literally said this to a friend in recent days. When someone asks, oh, hey, do you know anything about this? And it would be something I have no idea what it is, and they have no idea. Your first thought would be, I think the vast majority of people would say, oh, I guess you could go look on Google and like Google that, and that's it. But that's the end. That's their investment. Even a friend, that a common normalized behavior, it's not bad or good. This is the normalized, at least in my opinion, the safer normalized behavior. Oh, you can probably Google it and look it up. And then that would be the end of the discussion. My take is, it's a personal friend of mine, right? Hey, you know what? I don't know anything about this, but let's just solve it together. The both of us, all right, we're committed to each other, right? Let's work together. So immediately, it's a very different situation now, right? Oh, there it does. So let me end on that, right? If I have personal friends, people that have invested in me, when they ask for help, I don't need to know how to help them. We can discover it together. That is a way different process than knowing the answer and giving the answer, or knowing the answer and teaching how to get to the answer. That's an alternative. But if you don't know it, then you can learn together, right? I am ready for that. I don't have to build myself up to be ready to do that. If you're not at a net positive, then probably working on that is probably a very recommended place, right? I drop things because I can. People drop things because they're sacrificing something, right? Like, oh, I could help you, but I really want to get through my TikTok scrolling for today. Oh, I would help you, but it takes 3 hours for me to coop enough dopamine for the day. And I'll help you next time. 1 month later, it's like, oh, I'll help you, but now I need 3 hours and 30 minutes of dopamine before I'm ready to help you with anything. Right? And then now you're testing the limits of how long someone is going to wait, and someone's bottom line is eventually it'll become egregiously high that your probability of getting out of the vicious cycle will be too high to escape other than taking extreme measures. And you might be thinking, oh, no, like really extreme measures? No, it's turning off TikTok. To a person that doesn't have a problem with this, right? To a person that's not caught in that vicious cycle, the answer is like, whoa, that's no big deal. It is a big deal. When someone feels like they need 4 hours of doom scrolling before they approach an activity that they may not want to do, right? So that is a big deal to them. And to someone like myself, I could say that without empathy, but generally speaking, I see where the attraction is. Let you know, something in my mind. I know without being a little teaser or anything, I'm writing these things all the time. Like I want to see where it goes. But anyways, that's the story, the short story, pocket short story that I had for today. I watched a bit of like doom scroll content, and there was a lot of like Sigma face stuff on my algorithm right now. So that was my thought. Literally that's what makes me think of it. I was watching how people like make their faces, the chat face and all that stuff. And when I was consuming that, I was getting nothing, but I was thinking about something else. I was thinking what it meant to me, like what it means to other people. What is the function of all this content? Who is this content targeting? What does the creator think they're doing for their viewers? And how I even have trouble understanding if I made content like that. For example, I would put in the shoes. How would I feel about being known for just doing that, right? So it becomes more personable. I try to make even the most quote unquote brain rotting things, I think outside of them. So that I don't think that's natural anymore. I don't think that's a normal response for a lot of people. They consume the content, they are told what to do. If that person in the video smiles and laughs, generally speaking, the vast majority of people will either smile or laugh or blatantly disagree with them without any really defined reason why they blatantly disagree. Right. Oh, there, Dusk. How goes it? I'm just ending my Japanese lesson. I figure I share a little. This is that section where I end the section, but I wanted to share a little story here and there. I like that this is part of my like language learning routine nowadays. So we talked a little bit about how I'm addressing some of the pitfalls of using Duolingo for a very long time. For me, what pitfalls I see in myself, which it's not really because of the way Duolingo is designed, because I'm putting in more hours than I would say an average person who uses this device or this application is. So I noticed these things and it got me thinking how I'm gonna try to change it up and whatnot. And that's largely due to how well apps do things. And apps are very similar to like TikTok scrolling and that type of thing. Anyways, for now, let's end it here for our Japanese lesson, leaving us 2 hours for the Chinese one, right? So, with that said, for those people who are only interested in Japanese, I mean, hey, no judgment from me, you do you, man. Not okay. I'm okay. Yeah. I'll do that. I'm not entirely sure if that idiom. Yeah, I'm not sure if that hit the same for me when you said that. Okay, so if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? For people who are only interested in Japanese, mata ne, ya ne minasan, right? I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go up, take a bathroom break, get some glucose. I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for listening. And I'll be back. Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第183天。Right, today is day 183. Chinese series Duolingo. While I'm saying what you're saying is that you see as a dedicated person, it's very cool. Thanks. I appreciate it. But if you find something that you want to change, then change it. Follow your heart and don't let others tell you otherwise. I can understand that sentiment. It's very American, interestingly enough. I see that you're getting into the spirit of the American personality a little bit, in my opinion. You're sorry, you're still in the mindset of trying to get someone to calm down. That's understandable. Yeah. My fiance tried to, so all day you've been comforting her and she's been asleep since 8 p.m. Oh, well, I'm glad she's getting some rest. I hope the other person is okay too. I imagine your fiance is not the person you're trying to calm down, but that other person you were referring to the other day. Yeah. I'd like to say that I am not a person that would find that if I want to change something, like I'm okay with changing things. I can change things right whenever I want to. That's perfectly all right. However, I wouldn't necessarily be a person who consistently follow my own heart and not consider the perspectives of what other people have regarding what I do, right? One of the things that can be very tough for someone to help another person is if you're only following your own heart and changing the way you want to change. Having relationships with other people and being empathetic and being a reliable person involves not following only what's in your heart, but trying to understand what other people's positions are. And that whole like digression at the end of the Japanese lesson was about that. It was framing. I was talking about myself, the things that I'm trying to modify and whatnot to keep myself motivated. However, I was contextualizing it with other people. So like what I observe in other people in order to understand their positions and their things to help them, right? If you want to help someone or encourage someone, you have to be able to understand their point of view and the things that they normalize. So usually when I talk about things that I would want to change myself and whatnot, it's contextualizing whether it is helpful or not and how it can make my skills helpful to other people. So yeah, when you said, I mean, hey, no judgment from me, you do you, man, that sounds like a very American thing, actually. You say a lot of things that are surprisingly would resonate really well with someone who's very individual based, as opposed to like, say, someone I might have a stereotype. I suppose I might be predicating on a stereotype when it comes to my understanding of the Japanese culture, since I'm a foreigner. And however, in like the Chinese culture as well, rarely does that come about too much. It's not necessarily only about yourself. The things you do and the things you choose to do are not reflected simply by yourself and your own things. So I have like a combination of those value systems, east meets west, if you will. When I talk about the things that I can improve on my own and the controls on my own, I also reflect upon what it is that other people are doing and other people are experiencing. So I'm guessing you already left. I'm just going to continue this digression a little bit. The idea is that you cannot, one is missing part of the picture, right? So if you feel like you're having trouble being able to calm someone down, for example, or providing comfort, the idea is not to only follow your own heart and not consider what other people tell you otherwise. And that could be a thing that differs between different people's approaches to how to help people. For myself, generally speaking, I am not the one that have problems that cannot be solved by myself per se, but I do have problems that I cannot solve yet or know how to solve for others. So to be a great friend and someone who can comfort someone and calm them down and whatnot, one has to not follow just one's heart, but understand the hearts of others. And that's kind of where I was in that digression. I was trying to put myself in the shoes of today's generation and how they are learning things or taking in information, and how like Duolingo possibly could make language learning even more approachable in the future, and other apps and whatnot. Just a thought. Before I left, I felt it was a little out of context because you probably came in late during the digression, and then the saying that you said, I kind of understood what you meant, and after you clarified, it is along with what I expected. However, I had a lot of thoughts. It's basically, I was not doing that. I was deliberately not doing. I was suggesting specific changes and awareness that is based on understanding other people, not actually the other way around. I understand myself fairly well, too. Fairly well enough, but that wasn't the interesting thing to me. Anyways, I think you already head off, so maybe one day I can refer back to this moment. I'm basically talking to a blank slate, so alright. This is for posterity and my own catharsis. Okay, so we're wrapping up Unit 7, which is Discuss Festivals. It's not too bad. Pretty quick. Lots of vocabulary. Chinese is going pretty smoothly. So let's hop right into our recall. Okay. It's difficult for me. I kind of want to ask. Eventually, I want to ask the person I was speaking, the rhetoric that I was speaking, if they're putting on, it's difficult to ignore. It's hard for me to think that a Japanese person can, with such minor exposure to American culture, they can elicit idioms so effortlessly along Americanized lines. So I'm starting to be a little suspicious about the details I'm being told. Not that I'm saying people are disingenuous or not, but I play along, right? I had my thoughts to myself. Sometimes people want to be someone online and not be themselves online, and I find that very peculiar. There are very peculiar signs when people say they are one thing and they are effortlessly acting in a different way. This would be one of those moments. So if one, for those who are very reading subtextually in the from my English, this has happened before, where people want to be something else on the internet, and I want to encourage people to understand that it's really not necessary to try to be something else. However, I'm also not that incompetent as to, or gullible, I guess the word would be gullible. I'm not sure if I might seem, maybe I am portraying myself as a person who's gullible, in the sense that when you say certain things and your behavior is not concordant based on your speech patterns and whatnot, it raises a lot of suspicion. So it's hard for me to think of a Japanese person saying, "You do you, man." So that's interesting. Maybe I'm way off, right, because of stereotypes and whatnot. All right, Unit 7. Okay, festivals. Let's start with festivals. We added 2 new... I forgot one term, and we added a new term, right? Spring rolls. What were spring rolls? Chunjuan. Yeah, Chunjuan. Chunjuan. Sorry at the top.恭喜发财，恭喜发财。Oh wait, did I add an extra stroke last time? No, I didn't. Fenjie. Duan Wu Jie. Duan Wu Jie. Duan Wu Jie. Duan Wu Jie. Ugh. It's so disproportionately disjointed. Hold up. My spacing is so terrible. Sorry, I'm getting triggered by my spacing. I shouldn't be so preoccupied with that stuff. It's a compulsion issue. Ooh. Duan 端午节 中秋节 and 就会yeah? No. It's different like this. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Where do we go from here?月亮 和不一样不一样拿拿来 Keep adding that stroke. 红包划过划过春 Oh wait. 春 and 龙舟 yeah, that's fine. 龙舟 Your writing is good considering you're doing it with, I'm assuming. Oh, no mouse. Sorry. Sorry. I don't want to give the. Yeah, I use a pen. I use a pen most of the time. Yeah, there's no way I would do this with a mouse. But yeah, a pen. We're doing this with a pen. I would be really impressed if someone does it with a mouse though. If you want some impressive mouse work, hats off to Thor and Pirates software. He's really good with the mouse. He diagrammically writes with the mouse really, really well. Yeah. Let's see. It's all that OS training, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, chuckle, chuckle. We have Janju, who is Janju Naicha. So the question is it okay with the pen? You know, is it really good with the pen? I would say it's okay. It's moderate. There's some limitations on the software I'm using here. It's a little bit better if it's in an art program or something, but the latency is very felt. So I have to like slow down my strokes in order for the writing to register. It's a little bit of a, there's a little bit of a lag time. It could be a PC thing too, like a PC. My PC may have bottlenecks juggling most of these tasks. Can happen. Shan La Tang. Shan La Tang. Shang La. Oof. You think it's pretty decent for a pen? Well, thank you. Mada mada desu. Long ways to go. Okay. Not to mention getting older. Chula. Okay, we got a lot of things, so let's start rattling them off. Lots of items. Gong Bao. Gong Bao. Ji. Ji Ding. I didn't realize you can read Chinese. Are you a Chinese speaker as well? Bao. Not that this is kanji, this is Hanzi, so kanji kanji and Hanzi, I like writing them there. Only JP in English? Okay. I had quite a lot of people who are interested in Japanese, and it's fun doing back and forth. Like when I'm reading Japanese, like when I'm doing my Japanese lesson, I think about most of the stuff, most of the kanji in Chinese. And then the other way around. When I'm writing Chinese, I'm thinking about the Japanese. I'm thinking about the kanji, if I connect either of them. So this is largely why I have chosen to learn both of them staggered. I was illiterate in Mandarin. I have seen the Malaysian Chinese video, Churn. I watched it that evening. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you about it. Actually there's more stuff that we have in common, and it did cite the Hokkien, Minna, and dialectic, southern dialectic influence on Malaysian Chinese, and my Fujianese is a combination of those things too. Like Fujianese has some of the overlapping things. One thing right here, this thing, when they said chu, like chu right here, by coincidence I wrote this recently, just now. So chu, ci, right? Ci, ci dao, like ci dao le, right? Ci le is a very Fujianese thing. Like instead of saying chu, right? Chu, that was a very specific example that lady Grace mentioned, and I was like, yep, that's why we were like kind of vibing off each other when we were talking about pronunciation and stuff. Some of the grammar stuff too. Different sounds though, like when you're doing like mo, and like adding little like reflections and expressive words, the filler words are slightly different, but it might be because I didn't grow up around Fujianese. Like I didn't grow up in China, so my parents and we have like filler sounds too, like when we were joking about duh and no being placed everywhere. I use it's kind of like an like like what abayo, or well, like it's kind of like a nonsensical sound. Like there's no real reason for it. Like okay abayo, like okay yeah, that kind of thing. So you have like ahs and stuff as opposed to mo's. I'm not sure if I ever do any of those, but I totally get the inspiration in the Malaysian Chinese. Actually, I think a lot of the Fujianese things overlap with the Malaysian Chinese things. The examples that she picked, the overarching examples, she made a disclaimer. I would make the same disclaimer, right? My parents are Fujianese people, and I am an American born, raised. So a lot of the Familec things, they still kind of hold true. So the most prominent patterns and differences in southern dialects of Chinese tend to hold strength, even when you have parents that have children that's entirely diaspora from, separated from China. You still get those same things. Although it's interesting that she didn't cover over the other things like rang, right? Rang and ren, rang, and whatnot, because I feel like that is a little bit more subtle of a difference, but I think that was worth mentioning. She didn't pick up that point. But and the boo. Oh my gosh. The boo. Where like these things, negations, they don't change tones. That's a thing too. No change in tone. It's always boo. It's always boo. That took me back. I'm like, yeah. When you do like flexible words like modifiers like negation, they stay the same tone. I thought that was a really good point out too, where and I had to adjust to that. And Duolingo obviously don't. Duolingo says these things exist. So like in the guidebooks and stuff, they would point out like, oh, have you noticed some of the things change tones? Like boo changed tones, and I'm like, oh, huh. I never thought about that. And I have a it's usually a guessing game, sort of, until I see it enough. So some boo phrases are okay. I know where the tone shifts, right? The tone shifts. And some I don't. So like, oh, is this 不想 or is it 不想? Right? So you get used to it. However, it's for the most part, it's boo everything. Like 不吃 不喝, right? 不一样. That it's the same tone every time. And that was a good example that would overlap between it. Like you don't inflex or do a tone adjustment. And one of the consequences, in my opinion, it sounds like it's faster. Like when you do that 4-4, instead of converting a 2 to a 4, right? In Mandarin, they convert 2 to a 4. They run up and down. It's almost Japanese, if you will, where you want a up, like a down, up, down feeling, like down, up, down feeling. So you're doing atamadaka, or is that what they call it? Or otaka, or otaka, not atamadaka. Atamadaka is the other way, right? Just up and then stays up, right? Otaka or something like that, where it raises in the middle and then it drops. 4-4. There's a thing called yi and bu. Dan. But you gotta see which tone the character is after to determine which tone is. Ooh, oh, okay. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that. Tiao. Okay, so tiao. So, oh, the tail end. I see. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know until I hear it, so I'm not sure if I have an example off the top of my head. But it does, the E and the boo are definitely one of the ones. What's another one? Na? Various versions of na and na, right? Like, na. Xie has some too. Lots of xie, right? And I know I'm saying these in isolation, but I'm referring to like a very specific xie as opposed to like multiple xies. Yeah. It's very interesting. I'm starting to adjust to it though. I don't know if my thought oftentimes is, would I be misunderstood? And I don't necessarily think that's true for a lot of those things. Like the person I talked to recently, I'm pretty sure she's not Fujianese. And whenever she's talking, there's enough context. Like even when I was saying broken, like things that I've learned and I was speaking them brokenly, you can hear her nodding and she was like filling in the blanks herself, right? Like whenever there's like a subtle difference in the things, like oh yeah, that's right, that's how you say that. It's like, okay. So I don't think it's as it's kind of like pitch accent in Japanese. I think with someone who is used to speaking it's not as disruptive as one might think. If the second character is first, second, third tone, ibu will be fourth tone. I see. If the second character is the tone 4, yeah, it will be tone 2, yeah. And then at the end, and if E and Bu at N will be first tone, and in the middle will be, I have no idea, something dealing with a voice. It will sound like something. Ding. That ding. Xiang, Jing Xiang. That's how they taught you in primary school. Oh, okay. I feel the first thing you said, if the second character is first, second, third tone, E, Bu will be fourth tone. I just fill that out, which that's what happens. And then the second tone to fourth tone is the classic, is the most common one in highest frequency, so people tend to highlight that. That's why I shared that one specifically. And I'm not sure about the last one. I can't think of an example off the top of my head. Yeah. Oh, Yao Bu. Oh, Yao Bu Yao. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, Yao Bu Yao if it's in the middle. Oh, okay. Yeah. Ye Lai Ye. Yeah. And Ye Yi Ye. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Oh, not lie. Lie is a bad example, but Ye Yi Ye. Yeah. Or shi yi shi. There's ye and ye as well. With something in the middle. So you can do ye, ye, insert ye. Like more and more. You can have that too. I see. Interesting. It's fun learning what people learned in school. I haven't asked people that yet. Spanish will be interesting. When I start learning Spanish, I will get to ask a lot. There are a lot of people over the time that know Spanish, and I'll get to ask them like, what did school teach you in Spanish? Because right now, like, I don't think I know. I'm only getting to a point where I could ask and compare. Right. Many others learn target language right now after the fact. I mean, my Spanish was as late as high school. And anyways, I'll keep that in mind. It does feel like I understand that's what I gathered from the first two rules. And then the middle one doesn't come up as often because that structure is not used a lot in Duolingo. Except for like 是不是, right? You kind of see that they don't really teach that, which is like neutral tone where you don't add any accent to the word. Like it's just E, yeah, and not E. E, yeah. Yeah. That's kind of my thought behind it. It's probably less frequent. Yeah. And you can probably get it, you know what I mean? Like it has the characteristic, a lot of times it has the characteristic double. So only particular context would be confusing. Other than that, whatever you end up doing in the middle is kind of already contextually helpful. In Mandarin, does the pronunciation of characters change depending on surrounding characters at all outside of small exceptions, assuming there are some? It's definitely less frequent. It's far less frequent than Japanese. Usually, I would say, for me anyways, my limit is to 1200 characters, 1200 or 1300 characters. I would say less than 10% of the time those characters don't change. Other characters pronounce that character except for a few, which is called, yeah, only a few, like less than 10%. Even after learning 1300 characters or so, less than 10% of them. Now the tones could shift the tones could change, but it's still the same, like, you know, the same sound. Direct translation, many sounds, many meaning words. Yeah, exactly. 多音多 something 字. Wait, what is the second one? What is the second to last one's read? I haven't had that character yet. 多音多 something 字. The pronunciation, it's actually weird when you notice so it's rare enough when a pronunciation of a character changes that you'll notice it. Like, oh, well, that's different. I think my example right now, the earliest example is la, right? La or yeah. In funny because when you wrote ying, I thought of yin ye, right? Right? Wait. Did I screw up? Oh no. What was a simplified character for for yin ye? Oh, I missed it's this way. This way. This one. And Zhang, yeah, Zhang and Chang, Chang and Zhang, Chang and Zhang. That's the second example. This would be the second example. Yeah. Yeah, Chang and Zhang for this one. And then this one is really different. It's la and yeah. But still very infrequent. So different feel. Definitely different feel. No onyomi and kunyomi all over the place. Only onyomi. Only. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry. Japanese novice Japanese language learner joke. Only onyomi. Onyomi all the time. Okay. Let's see. So here, and then English joke. Novice. I also didn't realize yeah and lo was different pronunciations, but same word after I was in secondary school. Oh, I see. Here's another English joke. Here's my English joke about oh no, I forgot what it was. Dang it. I was gonna make an English. Oh, okay. Here's my English joke about Chinese. After that comment about pronunciation, Chinese. I mean, it's basically the alphabet, right? But now you have to memorize, you know, at least 2,000 letters, quote unquote, letters to like cover like conversation. That's my English joke. Sorry, I'm not that funny. I don't try to be funny, but I find it funny when people overgeneralize things. So that's my form of humor when I intentionally try to overgeneralize things. You know, act like normie, act like normal people. When you like, basically all the characters are in alphabet. Hanzi is basically an alphabet. Only now there's 2,000 letters to remember and not how many letters are in the alphabet? 25? Oh no. Is it embarrassing that I don't know how many letters there are? How many letters are in the alphabet? 26. It's okay. No one needs Z. Like, you know, no one needs Z, right? Z can take a hike. It's okay. You know what? Yeah, we can throw out Z. No, we don't need Z. Forget that. No need for Z. Don't tell anyone about that. I might get in trouble. It's a secret between you and me, you know? Did you just... What the... What? Okay, so what is that? Something... So something about listening to something thing. There's a lot of listening or sound with something else I don't know. I see that as Japanese though. I see listening and sound a lot in that comment. Oh, is that how you say onyomi? Oh, is that kunyomi? Oh, I don't know what the last thing is. What the heck's the last thing? I don't know what the last thing is. No, no, not that one. So kunyomi to onyomi wa, so whatever that last thing is. Something deta. Read sound equals onyomi chi reading, Chinese reading. No. Wait, again, not. I'm talking about the last character. I don't know what this character is. The other thing makes sense, but I don't know what this is. Oh, to get used to? I see. Okay. To get used to. I don't think I have that word yet. Yeah, you gotta get used to onyomi and kunyomi. B is... Chu is... D... Guan. Oh, Guan. Oh. Oh. That helps. That helps a lot. Guan. Oh. So that's where that is coming from. Oh, interesting. Is that really? Oh, that's a simplified character. Huh. Oh, that makes so much sense. Guan. That helps connect with that Japanese character, which I don't know what the read is yet. all right, let's get back to our... So we have lots of food. We're focused on food now. All right, lots of food, especially festival like food. So we have... I'm already getting hungry. So Beijing, Beijing, 烤鸭, Beijing 烤鸭. So now you still never tasted orange chicken before? That's a Fujianese staple as well. like a Americanized Fujianese Chinese food staple. Although it did get orange chicken prepped by a Szechuan house. I like the fire. The turn up of the fire. Orange chicken, huh? Okay. So Beijing, have you had Peking duck before? I think it's funny that they put in banzhi, which is very characteristic. I said this the other day. It is very characteristic to have banzhi associated with Beijing, Beijing Kaoya. You almost ended up cooking orange chicken for the first time today, but did something else. Oh, what did you have instead? Lu, yeah, Lu roll. Blue roll. Blue roll fun. Blue roll fun. Blue roll fun legitimately gets me to salivate just thinking about it. Like braised pork rice. Any pork over rice. Braised pork over rice. Mmm. Dude. Oh. Ugh. Okay. Alright. And this is a correction. I written this incorrectly yesterday. 粽子 which my parents make it on during the festival time as well. 粽子. You ended up having pho. Nice. With a ton of different mixed meats. Special. How special pho. Love it. Love it, love it. You're gonna eat later? Oh, you wait. Oh, instead now I have what is that? Some sort of rice. Oh, it's nice, but you can't eat beef. Oh. Lan. But I'm not really sure. Oh, okay. So, is it like so something? Oh, is that cha? Oh, that is cha. Oh, my bad. Oh, chashu. Oh, that's how you write chashu. Chashu fan. I'm trying to think of what the Americana pronunciation of chashu. I heard this a bunch of times because people really like having roast pork. But I keep forgetting how they pronounce it in the United States, like the American English. Char so, something like that. For some reason the direct translation is fork grill. Yeah, I know, right? Fork grill. Cha, right? Yeah, cha, and then the thing, the platform. Yeah, I always wondered that too. I remember when my parents still ran the restaurant, like the Chinese restaurants that they had. I would ask them like, where's the pork? Yeah, I know it's Cantonese pronunciation. Uh, I would ask them like, because I took orders, right? I took orders, and then you would communicate it back in Fujianese because everyone in the restaurant used Fujianese as opposed to Mandarin. So I'm like, where's the pork in roast pork? All the time. I'm like, ngunik, right? Ngunik is beef, and then ni. Oh, maybe this is a Japanese thing too. So when you say roll, right? Roll. In Fujianese, whenever you when we were ordering stuff in menu, when you say roll, nik, right? Roll, it defaults to pork. So early on, really early on, I remember that when I say chashu, right? Chashu, it would default to pork anyways. So there's no pork or meat in the actual word. And then when you say roll, you mean pork. And then when you say a niu roll, right? Niu roll, you modify it to beef, but it always defaults to pork. But now in Mandarin, when I've been learning Mandarin, you have zhu roll, right? Zhu roll, which means pork, but roll itself already means pork. So whenever you have, like, for example, that phrase, this one, the lu roll, lu roll fan, it's actually roast pork, like braised pork, rice, but there's no pork in it. There's just meat, which the meat defaults to pork. Nah, roll means meat. No, that's not. I'm telling you. But what I mean is now I know that there's this thing. But wait, are you saying na roll means meat? Do you mean na as in roll means meat? I know roll means meat, but I'm not talking about how roll literally means meat. But maybe eat too many porks, so another casual meaning is pork. But maybe eat too many porks, so another casual meaning is pork. What happens is I'm not talking about what they literally mean. I'm talking about common colloquialism. Like, roll typically refers to pork, and that happens a lot, actually. When you translate it, it actually typically refers to pork. Like, for example, a pork bun is a meat bun. So when you want to say a pork bun, you're saying a meat bun. Even like a lot of times when you're saying a steam bun, you're referring often to a steamed pork bun. So like mantou, which I'm about to write, that's why I'm mentioning it. It's often referring to a steamed pork bun. I'm talking about like the English. The when you think like, oh, what do you mean by mantou, right? Mantou, it ends up being a steamed pork bun as opposed to a steamed bun with nothing in it, or like just a steamed bun with no filling, or it's a bun that is steamed, plain and simple. It's a steamed pork bun. At least that's the colloquial usage that I'm reflecting on. And maybe it's specifically an Americanized Chinese thing, or what have you. I'm not sure where we're. And you already mentioned Malaysian, so Malaysia might have some regional famileks that are different, or like a regional meaning that's different. I think dishes tend to lose or tend to be affected regionally most of the time. Like what's a good one for like a different region, not Japanese or Chinese? Like a taco. Like a taco or a sandwich. A hot dog. But for me, if you say 肉包, I will ask more specifically what type of meat. Yeah, when you say 肉包, it's a pork bun. For me. When you order a 肉包, they would probably give you a pork bun. As opposed to like a lotus thing, or like on a menu, 肉包 will say in parentheses with pork. Like it's a default ordering item. Unless it's very common that the thing is pork. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the unless. And since it's very common, it is the norm, not the exception. So if you're asking a specific type of meat, the person would be a little bit confused and say, well, I'm ordering your menu that says 肉包, and it's understood that it's with pork. I'm not sure if you work in food services or not, but a lot of times, like when you order something, the default thing becomes the thing that's most common. A lot of times, and that's pretty much what I'm referring to. Like it's kind of one of those things, like when you say you're ordering 拉面, right? 拉面. Some people, the weirdos, no, I'm kidding. The other people who are very specific, like literal, right? They would expect that they get a bowl of stir-fried noodles. But then would be like, wait, I only ordered stir-fried noodles. I didn't order vegetables with the stir-fried noodle. It's not stir-fried vegetables with noodles. It's 拉面. It's noodles. I ordered noodles only. And then expecting the owner to say, oh, do you want vegetables with your noodles? Right? That kind of thing. Or like you order a Big Mac and you do the exception as opposed to the common. Like when you order a Big Mac, someone's gonna ask you, oh, what kind of patty do you want? Do you want chicken patty or a beef patty? Well, a Big Mac is with a beef patty. So a steamed bun is often served with pork. And then the whole like 肉包 ended up being pork. And then the chashu, that's how I would explain why chashu ended up becoming a fork and a grill for roast pork. At least that's my take on it. I don't know what someone who's like a really huge etymology nerd or something will probably be able to explain it in their own way. Because it's common already. If you hear a Big Mac or a Whopper, you'll instantly know it's beef. Yeah, and 肉包 is the same. Similar, is what I'm saying. In the region that I am from. Because my family worked in food services or Americanized Chinese. So I understand that you would ask what specific meat type. However, I'm sharing my take on how chashu can be explained, why it's fork and grill for roast pork. What you said does not explain that, at least in my opinion. It is, my explanation might not be the correct explanation. It is an explanation or a potential explanation. And it's my commentary on when you say it's funny, I'm reflecting upon why it's funny. We have cha shu bao and zheng rou bao, which is pork. Oh, interesting. What does a zheng rou bao? What is happening? Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I see it here. I see it here, and that's pork. Yeah. I see it here, and my first thought is, yeah, that's usually pork. So a pork is already baked into that name. That's interesting. That's a good example. Not that you can't say chicken. Like here's another funny thing, right? When you want to have a bun, like a steam bun, right? And you want something other than pork, you use the modifier and you say like, may I have a beef steam bun? Or like a chicken steam bun, may I have a vegetable steam bun? But then when you default to steam bun, you're gonna get a pork bun. Oh, here's one that aligns with your line with the thinking. So you gotta ask or specify the order. Yeah, so here's one that my parents had trouble communicating with the customer, but over time it was understood. Chasiu chao fan, right? Chao fan, no, not chao fan. How do you say fried rice in Mandarin? Chao won would mean chao fan. I guess that would be the closest. But when someone says like they get a lunch special, right? And it comes with fried rice. Literally, when they say fried rice, chao won is chasiu chao won. Chasiu chao won, basically chashu fried rice, right? The funny thing here is now we specify chasiu chao won, right? So the chasiu, which doesn't have pork in it, it doesn't have the character for pork, and then it's next to fried rice. And whenever someone orders fried rice, it would default to chasiu chao won, as in roast pork fried rice. So then when people order fried rice, it would default to a roast pork fried rice, not fried rice with nothing in it. and it worked. It's the typical thing. It's so funny. Like it's to the point where the normal fried rice dish comes with chashu, like cubes of chashu in it. Sorry, I was using Fujonese pronunciation because I'm trying to remember all these things about the idiosyncrasy. As a kid, like learning English, I had no idea why these are the case. Like, it's one of those things you memorize. Like, how do you order back to the chef? Like, how do you order back to the person, right? And when you're saying things, you eliminate a lot of you shortcut a lot. So these are the things that you end up picking up by memory, and there was no explainer for it other than, oh, this is how it was the way it was, right? As a kid you learned it, and now I'm reflecting upon it every time I hear these. Because pork makes it more aromatic and delicious, maybe. Yeah, maybe I have. It's interesting. Like when you here's one, right? French fries. When you say French fries, right, it's a very specific cut, and then every other type of French fry gets normalized with the cut that they have. So when you say French fries, it's the standard, I forgot what that shape or cut is. Like, I don't even know the cut anymore. Like the name of the cut of fries. You know, it's the things that look like, there's a name for it. I forgot what it's called. It's a fancy name too. Because French fries. Then every other fry, like crinkle cut fries, you have to specify crinkle cut fries, or waffle fries, curly fries, But when you say French fries, it doesn't specify what the thing is. Cuboidal shape. Yeah, cuboidal. Cuboidal fries. I love this. I think language is hecka funny when I could sit down and talk about these things all the time. If this doesn't it's conversations like these that I feel if you love language and you like learning language and learning about culture and whatnot, these are the things that show up all the time. Like, you can't unsee these things. When you're learning a language, you walk around and then suddenly everything makes you question everything. You sit down, you're looking at the menus like, wait a minute, but Japanese people and Chinese people do. I don't know. Like, how would I be able to like describe this to a Chinese or a Japanese person? Like, what are potato sticks in Chinese and Japanese? Are they French fries? Because potato sticks are not French fries. But it has potato and stick in the word. Like, if there's anything, French fries tell you less than potato sticks. Like, think about it. This actually legitimately happened before. I literally told my parents, oh, can we get some potato sticks? As in, you know, oh, nina Giant. That's the name of the local grocery store. Na Giant. So I might sing like, how do I say this? Huang K. 是黄旗黄言语 potato sticks, and then the first thing they would say is, wait, do you want French fries? Like, why don't you just say French fries? I'm like, well, they're like French fries, like 一言黄言语 but 但你家里莫家里he拿黄言语拿 and then I would struggle. I would say things like, oh, okay, so it's like French fries, but it's not fried. It's not fried, and it comes in a tub. There's no, like, you don't order this from a and that's language in a nutshell, I think. But for some reason, learning own language for me is kind of boring. That's why you don't really like Chinese anymore, because people force us to learn and take tests. Like, learning's supposed to be fun. Like learning your own, taking your time. Yeah, that's fair. But you can revisit and learn something about your own language at your own way, right? That's kind of what I'm doing here, right? It's not like Mandarin is foreign to me. Like, what I mean is, yeah, no one forced me to learn Mandarin, right? However, I still need to understand Mandarin. Like, understand in terms of speech in order to communicate, right? So, I didn't do this formal part. However, I made it when someone is forcing you to do something and taking tests and doing something, you can do your own thing, or one can choose to also do their own thing on top of it. So that's kind of the idea that I digressed a little before you came during the Japanese lesson about how to convert something and engage yourself in something that, whether it's there or not, you can engage yourself on top of that, right? And that's kind of where school comes in. If school is boring, or maybe you're ahead or even behind, whichever, the next level thing that I typically do is I add my own control over it. So the thing that's fun counters the thing that maybe is not fun at the same time. And then what happens is your fun becomes all the things that you are forced to learn and have to learn makes your thing bigger. It enhances your thing. So then you're incentivized to do the things that people tell you to do, only knowing that whatever they tell you to do is for your own purpose of having fun with it, or like the way you want to do it. So learning this, I have to learn, like for example, I have to learn Hanzi and how to write it. However, if you don't like the way Duolingo is portraying Hanzi, I can still choose to do the way Duolingo does, but the way I'm doing it and on the side and whatnot is being complemented by understanding how Duolingo does it. So I am incentivized to learn various different ways and how other people do things, because without them, I wouldn't know how fun or useful my approach is. And that's kind of the intellectual, in my opinion, the intellectual equivalent of being constitutively curious. And the stuff that I talk about, I'm interested in other people's perspective or how their opinions are maybe forced upon them, or how they're forcing their opinion on me, that type of thing. Without other people's opinion and the things and knowledge of that, it does, for me, it's incomplete picture of where my type of learning fits into the whole thing. Like, I know my approach to learning is far less efficient, right, than the approach of many, many others before me or currently with me. However, I can't make the argument that it's more fun for me if I don't know what they're doing, or have not even considered how they're doing it, right? And that's the part of fun, right? Sometimes it's fun to disprove what I'm doing, and sometimes it's also fun to prove what I'm doing. Most of the time, the disproving thing is the more fun part, because then I get to add something to my own take on things. In this case, I'm glad to hear that some people outside of my immediate sphere actually specify what type of meat buns you get. The last time I heard someone ask me, like, oh, when my parents say like, oh, do you want some steamed buns? And I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And it's usually pork. And then when someone says, oh, you know, here's the thing, right? My father would pick up some buns, and then if he placed it down and said, here's some buns, he would specifically, if it's not pork, he would specifically stop and say, oh, by the way, these are not pork buns, there are chives in them, these are chive veggie buns. And then he will walk out. Like, that's how crazy the conditioning is. When if he didn't say anything, it's a pork bun. And in Fujianese, he would only be using the words steamed bun. No indicator of what it is. And that's what I'm saying. It's one of those life things. It's very weird. And then I start thinking about everything else now. You know, my native language, quote unquote, I guess my native language is English. And that now makes me question everything. I sit there and it's like, what the heck is cereal? Like, cereal? Like, when I say, do you want some cereal? What is that? What do you think I'm saying? Like, hey, like, you know, maybe I'm your roommate, right? I get up and say, hey, you want some cereal? I got some good cereal. And it's like, do you want it with milk? Right? What do you think of when someone offers you cereal and milk? I guess the analytical thing to do is, oh, what kind of cereal do you have? It's like, oh, you know, some whole wheat cereal. And then you're wondering, no, but what kind of cereal specifically? I know it's whole wheat now and I know it's cereal, but what kind of cereal? Like, what is it? And then the person would begin to describe a little bit. Oh, I think it's keto friendly cereal, and I think it's made by Kellogg's. It's like, no. Like, what is the cereal? but here's the thing, right? You only get as specific as you want to, and then everything else is presumed based on like normalization. So when someone says they offer me cereal, I'm like, oh, it's cereal, let's just have it. It's like, oh yeah, sure, we'll get cereal. Through classes for language aren't generally fun. I feel like depending on the instructor, classes can give a sense of consistency you can't get studying on your own. Yeah. Yeah, though classes for language aren't generally fun. Yeah. Especially when one is young. When one is younger. Yeah. What you're saying is incredibly important when you're thinking about someone who is inconsistent. And usually by default, when it comes to thinking about your younger self, they tend to be the inconsistent one. Not because they're not committal to things, but more like everything is a sensational interest. The interest is incredibly great, right? Every stimuli can lead to distractions and whatnot. However, this is less focused on when people are getting older. So when you're saying studying on your own, let's take it from the perspective of an adult. Typically, when someone says, like a 30-year-old like myself, say, I'm going to learn a language, that sense of consistency is no longer the same sense of consistency. Like for myself, the most reliable thing is my consistency. Now the major concern that causes a loss in consistency is engagement. The kids of today, the engagement is what's being used to provide consistency. For myself, like 37 years old, the most reliable thing is consistency. However, there's no motivation or engagement. So motivation then becomes the stopgap, right? It's having both consistency and motivation. It's the sufficiency of both. So oftentimes people focus on a serial thing where which is the rate limiting step. Both of them limit each other. If your motivation is too low, then it doesn't matter how consistent you are. You're not going to get your foot through the door and you're not going to show up. If consistency is too low, then regardless of how much you show up, you're not consistently performing, right? And that's the adult life. The older adult life requires more balance of things. While the kids, yeah, there are things that are obviously lacking because time is the factor. Developing consistency and committal things require a lifetime, like some life experiences. So one thing would be a job, right? A job is something that sounds like an obligation, but how you go about your job and stuff is a choice to some extent, and you have to develop the consistency for that. So whenever an adult decides to learn again because they've developed so much consistency, that ends up being then the deficient thing is the lack of motivation or engagement, right? Then that becomes the focus. There's a shift oftentimes when a kid becomes their adult counterpart. The adult counterpart then have acquired the consistency to be consistent in life. Hopefully. We're talking about hopefully. Someone who, and here's a pre-selection. If you are consistent as an adult in life, you are more likely to choose voluntarily to study on your own. Someone who is not already consistent in life, who chooses to study, tends to not end up following through on anything. They would lack the consistency and also lack motivation and encouragement and like engagement. So then that hill would be so high that those are the types of adults that would say, oh, I'm going to stick to what I'm already consistent with and my native language is sufficient, right? That kind of thing. So in this case, we're specifically talking about two different groups now. We're talking about the instructor providing young, inexperienced minds and imparting a consistency that the life has not imparted them yet. And this is like a chicken or the egg question, right? How much of the consistency that is forced upon you as an early young adult or developing child, that is later that consistency you get in life as an adult And then when you learn a language as an adult, engagement and motivation ends up becoming the stopgap. Because largely, you have a lot of things going on. And all those things take up your availability of engagement and motivation. You are already consistent enough. You have lived 30 years plus of your life. Usually, if you're a healthy adult, you have maintained habits that allow you to stay consistent, largely. If you're a declining adult, rarely do you ever engage or have free time, the perception of free time, to learn something that is optional. And one of them would be learning extracurricular skills out of entertainment or fun. You choose to use fun as a way to elevate your motivation and engagement. So dopamine is a great way, doom scrolling, buying things, eating lots of incredibly gratiating food is a fast past motivation engagement way of elevating your thing for the consistency. Because consistency is not, it doesn't pay in direct response. It's a delay response. It's a gradual response kind of process, at least in my opinion. That's my thought about studying. So to make a long story short, both statements are actually true. A lot of times both statements are accurate and they both coexist. The context is what allows them to both be valid opinions. On the one hand, as a kid, consistency is lacking, so instructors are required. Classes provide that. Now, if you're an adult that happens to also still lack consistency in your life, then going back to school, like going back to university and stuff, can help you, right? So, or like, for example, someone who is their own boss, right? Someone who has conquered consistency and motivation, they can be a leader, they can be self-boss, right? This deals with the balance of self-awareness and whatnot. Meanwhile, someone who is not consistent may require an employer, someone who denotes and have those qualities. And I think in the long run, being self-aware goes a long way to figuring out what is it that you need, what is it that you want, and how you go about it. And that involves either you are able to accurately define that yourself, or have a very, very good friend, or maybe even a very loving parent to offer their observations about you. Yeah, it's a very good, it's an excellent point. Yeah. And also depending on the instructor and stuff, we're ruling out, we're also hand-waving, ruling out if you held the instructor consistent, right? If you held the resources and accessibility consistent, and address the specific application of consistency. Yeah. I choose, some people asked me this question earlier. Someone asked me, like, why don't you like use an instructor, or why don't you join a class or something like that? And someone, actually Sub-Zero, he's not here right now, he's probably finishing his exams and stuff. He asked me if I got a free ride, like if I was offered free classes, like they paid for my college something to learn a foreign language, would I take it? And I was like, yes, I would. Now, how is this relevant to the statement you made? I would say I wouldn't be taking the class because it offers me consistency. I'm taking the class because it's another resource I can use. As opposed to a kid who, well, even if it's free, I don't want to be forced to think a certain way. or like do a certain thing or be at a place in a certain place. Yeah, because kids aren't consistent. Usually when someone is very consistent, adapting to another consistent schedule means that you're consistent enough to adapt to it. Kids, when you're thinking about it's too troublesome to show up at the same time every day and be forced to do the same thing or similar things within a given time frame, that demonstrates a lack of consistency, in my opinion. Like, and not in a good or bad way. There are wonderful creators out there who are so free-spirited, right? But they are their own boss as well, right? They learn to be consistent within their own chaotic way, right? Chaotic way. So in a way, you could argue they're consistent at being inconsistent, if you will. So the classroom, and that goes down to the take-home message. The classroom is not for everyone. However, at some point early in life, you don't develop a specific skill without seeing the skill in action, right? And one of them is, if you don't have structure, discipline, or scheduling, you wouldn't know what it looks like. And you wouldn't know how to be aware of what works for you. So if someone comes to you, like you want to get employed, right? And I see a resume and I see no evidence of doing anything consistent, I think it would be very prudent and logical to assume this person might not randomly, spontaneously create enough experiences to create consistency. So this is kind of a plug. So sometimes people ask, why do you get a higher degree? Or why do you get a PhD or something like that? And oftentimes it actually boils down to how consistent you learn something. What other way, and this might be a little reductive because some people would say, well then why does it cost so much? Being consistent in life costs a lot of money. Like, what I mean by this is, hear me out. If there is something out there that has a chance, however slim it is, it's more than zero, right? Or it's more than just you. If there's something out there that can get you to want to, not fun or enjoyment. If it's fun and enjoyment, that's extra, right? If there's something out there for a price that can say, hey, I can make you consistent, even at a 10% odds, or 15 or 20, to me personally, I would take that chance, largely because life is a very long, consistent race, like, or not really a race, but a journey. So that consistency is how you are given the baseline performance and resources you have in order to then build upon it, right? I almost see consistency as the minimum maintenance that one has to maintain in order to then do everything on top. Without consistency, you can dip below your standard quality of living. So like when someone says they get up one day and they don't want to do anything, they are not consistent enough to maintain a level in which they're always going to do something, right? They're dipping below. When I get up, for example, I'm not trying to compare to the world, but there's a personal anecdote. When I get up, the question is, how much am I going to do today? Not if I'm going to do something. Someone who is lacking consistency, when they get up, they have a choice. They ask themselves, do I feel like doing something? Or don't I feel like doing something? And then when they choose to do something, then they ask whether they're going to do how much of it. I rarely ever say, I go up and say that I'm not going to do anything because I feel awful, right? When I feel awful, it means I do less, but I do something. Consistently doing something every day, right? That is the hallmark, in my opinion, of a healthy adult. And then when I think of someone choosing to learn a target language, you know, relating it back to target language, when you're studying on your own, so if an adult chooses to study on their own, this might not be accurate for them. What it tells me is that adult thinks that they are consistent enough to choose to do something that no one asked them to do. And that requires a metric ton of motivation and engagement, even before asking themselves if they are consistent enough to follow through. And once you get over the motivation and engagement hump, the truth ends up revealing itself, right? How consistent are you? And nowadays, I think apps have done a great job of getting your foot through the door. So it may feel like everyone's at the end game, like they're saying like, oh, I'm just not consistent enough. I'm just not consistent enough. It's like, yes, true. We're asking that question, in my opinion, a lot of times, both young and old, is largely, in my opinion, the barrier to get motivated engagement is pretty solid. Like the internet and all the learning and like sampling and stuff, there's a very, very choice ways to get motivation and engagement now. So oftentimes I love to bring that to the table, right? So you ask the person, are you motivated and engaged yet? It's like, oh, okay, you are. What does your lesson plan look like? Have you vocally committed time? Have you decided how you will go about it? You can decide to go to an instructor, and you can decide with the instructor if your consistency meets the instructor's schedule, and it meets your schedule, right? As a kid, you didn't have a choice. So even then, when I would argue, when someone says, oh yeah, school wasn't fun or not enjoyable because it was forced upon you as a kid, it's like, yeah, understandable. As an adult, it's very different now. Now you can choose the instructor. Yes, it will impart still the same consistency. However, you might have more awareness of your own consistency. At least I like to hope. Although, with that said, self-studying has become very attractive, largely due to the nature that they remove the need for consistency. And what does that look like? Basically, if someone is not consistent enough, okay, I'm being a little reductive. For those who they lack consistency, the fault is that the product itself does not reinforce consistency for them. And then you have the instructor come back into the conversation. So eventually there's a lot of this, I think it's a misnomer without predicating on pre-selection. When someone says, oh yeah, you should just talk to native speakers, because if you're consistently talking to native speakers, you'll learn the language really quickly. I would call that a leap of logic, because you're assuming this person can consistently talk to the native speaker. Also, you're also assuming that this person is motivated and engaged to speak to a person in the first place, let alone a native speaker in which there's a language barrier, right? There are many, many steps before, right? And that's kind of the hallmark of breaking down how one learns. And hopefully all of you guys, like all the people that I've spoken to, gets a big check mark, right? You find out what works for you. A long story short, is a really, really big cop-out answer. All of the above. Consider all of the above, and then perhaps you'll find the magical formula, like the formula that works for you, and then you can share it, right? You can share it. And the more you're able to share it in detail about yourself and then what you did, the more likely that the other person will have an accurate picture of maybe it can work for them. So for me, I could get up and, like, if someone said, hey, let's get up and walk for 5 hours starting now, today, every single day for the next 365 days, I'll be like, right, let's do it. And I would not have a single doubt in my mind that I would not achieve that. That sounds very boring to a lot of people. The question they'll probably ask themselves, like, oh, what am I going to get out of it? Like, what's the point of getting up and walking for 5 hours? I don't want to do that. So they're gonna develop all the excuses possible to deter themselves from it. My thought was, maybe I'll find out something that I don't know about myself. Let's go. I haven't done it before. Endless curiosity, right? You want to walk 5 minutes a day? I'll walk with you. I might be able to discover something about myself and about you. What's at the end of the road, and that's okay. Like, if nothing happens, that's fine too. It's an experience we can share together. Largely because I'm getting up to do things. I'm not getting up to compensate for what I'm lacking, as in like happiness or resources, something like that. And it is a really different mindset. I would say it's a very different mindset. So I approached school like that too. Even when I was younger, I approached school. School is extra. So if I get the extra things done, then it gives me more time to make it my own. So yes, things are forced upon me. I get it done and see how it can benefit me, right? So what is useful in school to me, as opposed to it's not fun because I didn't come up with it, right? I didn't come up with it. At least that's how I feel about it. This is how I feel about Duolingo, by the way. So if anyone asks why am I motivated to continue using Duolingo, I was like, well, I'm just kind of curious what the whole experience is about. I'll still continue to do my own thing in the long run, but you know, I'm kind of curious. What is the experience like? Others would say, well, you could be doing something better. It's like, well, you couldn't know that, right? Unless I'm talking to a person who says, oh, I shouldn't do that because it's just going to turn out bad. And it's like, well, okay, did you do it? Like, no, then you'll never know. Like, well, I think I know. It's like, well, you'll never know. You never did it, right? And the fairness is, I could say, oh, I understand your concern. However, since you didn't do it, I'm going to trust that you likely know yourself well enough, but you didn't do it, so you don't know. Done deal, right? Like, being sensitive to the person, it's like, oh, yeah, you're very concerned. I get it. Know that you could rest assured that you did something else in response, right? Hopefully, right? If you don't choose to do one thing, you're doing something else. What was that other thing? So I would turn it around. I would say, oh, you don't want to go to school? You dropped out of high school, for example. What did you do with that time? Did it turn out well? Because if it did, you can always go back to high school when you feel like it. Get yourself up, you know? Learn something, grow something. And the second time around, it can be very different if you're different. At least that's what I like to tell people, right? Life has a way of making things that were once maybe not so fantastic to stuff that are fantastic. And if you're able to understand yourself better. Sorry, I like leaving positive messages. But anyways, we're going back to food. Where are we? Oh, by the way, Zhongzi. Zhongzi is fantastic. I feel like I missed something. Yeah, peak. Yeah, no. Mantle. Man. Man. Oh. Okay. Did I eat Japanese food frequently? I did. Quite a lot. The place that I used to live when I was still working professionally, it was a city. I lived in a city when I was doing it, and usually they're very international. So most of the time, I go to food festivals a lot. I was like a social eater, and oftentimes it's of the Asian variety, largely due to looking like this. So when it comes to Japanese cuisine, outside of literally going to Japan, I think I have my foundational experiences with Japanese cuisine, all the way down to natto. Right. Actually, I think there are other more pungent things than natto, but that would be a good one. And also like the more edgy, normal street food kind of deal, right? Like ramen is more like a non-traditional stuff. But I prefer, I like my nabe, right? Nabe and whatnot. Next to my guo, my hot pots. And my next to the shabu shabu and whatnot. I think my current noodle craving right now is probably for just some nice chilled soba. Chilled soba, maybe a light, I don't know what type of broth. Maybe like a herbal-esque broth. Herbal-esque broth or some chill soba. It is kind of cold out. It is also snowing outside, so perhaps like a nabe does sound nice right now. Have you had a lot of experiences with Japanese food? Are you Japanese, by the way? I don't actually know. Like, when I mean by are you Japanese, I mean, is your family or friend or relatives, are you a multicultural person or something like that? I find that language learning has a high, a high frequency, that there are other motivations about it. My family's Chinese, if that hasn't been already made clear. Not Japanese. Or I have no relations to Japanese directly. I'm a foreigner. Foreigner through and through. Have not been to Japan either, and I do not have any acquaintances who are Japanese in any way. You're Filipino. Oh. And you have a few Japanese friends? Nice. Filipino. Intriguing. When it comes to Filipino and speaking of food, I just go straight for the adobo. Adobo would be my thing. Oh man, I still remember childhood adobo. How did you encounter a few Japanese friends as a Filipino? Is that common? I guess there are Japanese people here in the United States, but the United States is really sparse. Like, what I mean is, it's very big, so you have to be in like very specific geographical locations a lot of times. Salama, I don't even know how to pronounce it, but I know exactly the phrase that you're talking about in I don't even know how to say. I think Americans say Tagalog. Yeah, Tagalog. Oh, just so you know, Japanese saying Tagalog is incredibly trolly. What was it? It's like Tagago Google Tagaro Google. Yeah, Tagaro Google. You're a Filipino mix? Okay, born in the United States. I had a childhood friend who is a Filipino mix too, born in the United States. Interesting enough, it's a pure coincidence. We're no longer friends. We parted ways after leaving our childhood place. We moved around quite a little bit. So, that person's the last time I remember, it's somewhere in the West Coast. They moved to the West Coast. I'm in the East Coast. You met a few Japanese people in your school and made friends with some of their family, which is how you know the majority of Japanese people. Oh, cool. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Tagaro Google. Right? Tagaro Google. Like, yes. My favorite. Do you still speak Tagalog at your home? In your home? I still speak Fujianese at home. Actually, when the stream goes off, the only other spoken language outside of the internet related things is Fujianese. So pardon me if I get a little weird and sweaty about language. I think that's part of my life usually. I don't know if you're a person who decided to stay multilingual. Malay is Marego. That's more agreeable. I'm just saying. Malay, Malay agrees with my tongue and mouth. I find like people who love language and whatnot, so far, yeah, it's a very distinct population. It's a lot different talking to someone who isn't, but I don't want to presume, obviously. Like, you get in trouble if you start assuming a lot of things. However, there are suspicions. You actually don't know any Tagalog due to not living with your mom full time, but you speak some Japanglish with your brother at home. Oh, wait. Is your brother like Japanese, or like, I don't know how your family structure is, or is it your brother happens to also be very interested in Japanese? I only hear Tagalog every once in a while, like very once in a while. I happen to live in a state that does have quite a lot of Filipinos, and but mostly Vietnamese, which sometimes honestly I don't have an ear training to really know the outer, the more southeast, like the Southeast Pacific languages. I'm not that, like, there's not enough exposure for me to actually understand or know. Sometimes I can't even distinguish. The best I can do often is, well, it's not Cantonese, it's not Mandarin, it's not Korean, it's not Japanese. There's one more. Which one is okay? It's not Vietnamese is okay. There's enough Vietnamese around here that you kind of like, yeah, okay. Interesting. It's kind of hard to explain, but because of me learning Japanese for a while, he's picked up some of it. Oh, which is why we understand each other when we speak Japanglish. Oh, well, yeah. I don't think you need to explain anything. At least to me, sorry. I don't think you need to explain to me. The way you're expressing is basically what I say is the quintessential second gen Americana experience. So like when I don't know if you have this conversation with other Asian Americans. You know, before there is Chinese American, Japanese American, like you make that distinction, there is Asian American. And I think the thing you're describing is inexplicably you can empathize based on that feeling. Like you don't actually have to explain it. It's one of the things, like it's hard to explain, but if you happen to be Asian American, you talk about it. Like you give examples. You don't have to explain it to the other person because that's basically how it is. Like my sister and I, for example, everything is glish everything. And that's usually the pattern of learning as well. When you acquire language or when you participate in a language, it's usually a hybrid approach, in my opinion, because it's a very normalized way of retaining and expanding your language, right? So it's very different from someone who is monolingual, right? That has less exposure monolingually, and they want to do it in a way that is exclusive. So when you said Japanglish, that explains everything. And I kind of get into that mood with other people as well, doing that, but I don't necessarily think it's a thing that people think about immediately. Like, oh yeah, if you're gonna learn a language, do you ever combine the two? I actually ask this to people now, and I asked this to a family friend of mine. This family friend is French, and they're married to a Chinese woman. And I was telling them about me learning a language, right? Like I was learning Japanese and Mandarin, and I asked them like, hey, you know, do you ever, since you know each other, they use English as a bridging language, but they most definitely predominantly speak in their native language, like a lot of times in the household. And the wife wouldn't be able to understand the French, and the French, like they ended up being exclusive a lot of times. So I asked them, so do you ever like pick up on it and ever like talk in a multifaceted way? Like, have you ever combined the French with the English, and then the what you know or pick up in Chinese, you combined it with your French, that kind of thing, to like use the target language even if it's incomplete, right? Or like use it in a way that it complements each other. And both of them said like no, exclusively no. And it's interesting. I mean, it's definitely a strong pre-selection. For myself, I grew up with two languages, so most of the time it's like,我見阿莫呢度啊，我到驚我個，我dinner cost sit dinner, okay? Dinner, and then my parents like,你驚 call where? And like why can't call Lancaster? Call Lancaster ding na kianu na sepona. And you almost sit dinner. That's kind of the idea, right? You're going back and forth, and you're substituting words. Like if you're gonna go in Fujianese, you can substitute nouns where they line up in the same place. You can substitute adjectives and key words everywhere, and then you can reverse it. You can talk in English and you start substituting Fujianese words, all the Fujianese keywords. And then what happens is they produce the frameworks for you to acquire all the other words. I think mixing the use of a target language or the use of a name is really useful because you can get used to using certain phrases and words often in conversation. Yeah, exactly. And I don't think that's something that a lot of people relate to very often. Largely not in the sense that which one is better or which one's worse. It's life experiences. My life experience, and I've already made this disclaimer, I'm in ABC, I'm in American born Chinese, and the way my English aptitude and my Fujianese aptitude stay similar, or they become a little bit more meld together, is because they are together. So when someone says you only do this, you only do that, that can work. That can work. And here's the big thing. And it's a real thing. A lot of this is frowned upon when it comes from the other perspective. As in, like, my parents would ask me, like, why do you, like, why don't you speak entirely in this as opposed to that? Because it makes sense, that kind of thing. So my parents did not acquire English, like their English proficiency didn't necessarily go up, even if they acquired certain words and whatnot, because they have no motivation. They want to keep it separate, right? And while me, on the other hand, I preserved my Fujianese because largely it's in the context of English. And that's kind of why my Duolingo aspect, I got a lot of friction. I get a lot of friction with a lot of people online, largely due to the nature that I'm not sure if I can ever relate. It's a lifetime experience. I can't relate to someone who hasn't had that lifetime. Now the question is, later down the road, when someone becomes multilingual, does that change? Can I relate to someone who becomes multilingual where they embrace that, or does it get hammered home? I don't know yet, because I haven't become proficient enough in another language to be like, hey, so what is your experience like? Do our life experiences prompt us to feel acceptable to certain things? It is lesser. I'm not going to beat around the bush. The things that I just did, where I started talking about Gong nó sai hữu chiếu hòa là ngoài là kinh hữu chiếu hòa cái国语 like 普通话 sai 普通话说的意思 right 的意思不好 lots of people think that doing this can lessen the value of any particular language, right? 觉得不好. I'm doing this is not great. It's not a good feeling. So it can be a point that you have to be disciplined enough. So whenever I'm in like an environment, like in a family meeting, I would either speak entirely in English or entirely in Mandarin or entirely in Fujianese. So it is worth noting that there are lots of social pressures that prevent mixing, and largely due to the nature that there are fewer people who are of two different cultures, like raised in a culture and being born in a culture, than people who stay in a place multi-generationally, right? Like if you take the whole world population, there are more people who are born multi-generational in a more propagated situation than one that's in transition, as in like counting the people, because transitioning points are naturally rarer than a static point. So if you happen to be diaspora, if you happen to be a second generation of a immigrant family or a interracial family, right, international family, it's fewer, and fewer means lesser. I know how that sounds, but I don't mean it in a bad or a good way. It has a minority feeling to it. And right, in Malaysia we call it Bahasa Roja, which is Roja language. Roja is a food where it's a mix of fruit and sauce and crackers too. So basically mixed language together, and that's the unique of your country. Yeah, so I found that the most people that I connect with from a country, like a specific country, is a country that already has that diversity that is resembling, I'm not saying they're the same, but have a closer connection with the most diverse parts of the United States. Like the country as a whole is not heterogeneous, like it's not mosaic, like it's not equally distributed, but very specific states in the United States are incredibly mosaic. And I come and raised, I was born into and raised around those states. So in a way, if you take that chunk away and you compare it to the Malaysian footprint, that would be one of them. The other would be like Singaporean or something, right? Although Singapore is an even smaller place that is like a transit area, right? And New York City would be a transit area for all these things. Semi-unrelated, but that sounds like it tastes really good. Oh, the food. Yeah, it does sound like it tastes very good, right? Oh, here's a thing related to that food description, Churn. Americans talk about this a lot, this analogy. Is the United States a salad bowl? Or is it a melting pot? And the thing you described is more of a salad than it is a melting pot, right? And that is going to be an age-old constant debate. I'm not saying who's right or wrong. I don't take sides on this one. It's life perspective gives you which one. So, you know, for me, it feels more like a salad, which is what you were describing, like a mixed fruits and sauce and crackers, as opposed to like they suddenly blend all into one mash kind of thing, right? It's a mixed product as opposed to a integrated product. Let me look at this. Jack. Rojak. Okay. Oh, that looks lovely. You know what it kind of reminds me of? Oh no, it's interesting. Intriguing. That looks so refreshing. What you described kind of reminds me of a fruit salad, but with veggies in it. Like a salad with fruit in it. Obviously, I'm not saying it's the same thing, but the principle of mixing complementary things together, and then with like some sort, it kind of looks like a savory sauce. Is it a savory sauce? I think it's dependent on where America you are though, because some part of America massively lack diversity compared to, I just said that. So I've already said that. That's exactly what I said. In less than those words. I already said that the United States is a very large country, and the country itself is not evenly mixed. It's not a distributive average. It is a mosaic, and the region that I'm from, which is the Northeast, they are a cluster of a transit area for multiculturalism. So I specifically highlighted that, yes, it does depend, yet it is relevant in a microcosm, right? You can have salty spots in a solution if it's not evenly mixed. So yes, I agree, because I spent 15 minutes saying just that before I went on to qualify my statement about multiculturalism in the United States. It's actually one of the most misconceived part about the American culture, as in, like, from a foreigner perspective, right, outside, the thing you're stating is unappreciated a lot of times in the from the outside. It is well appreciated if you're a multicultural person in the United States. And yeah, it goes without saying that is the case. And one of the most surrogately relatable regions to Malaysia is the Northeast in the United States. And that's where I call my home. So, and then, you know, the West Coast, especially the Southeast West Coast or Southwest. There's a different type of population there, obviously. The Hispanic being close to Central America and South America, right? I'm not sure about the North and Canadians and stuff. I haven't been to a lot of states in, like, along the Midwest, North, right? But Northeast is a heavy concentration. So, yeah, it's a good point. It's an excellent point. It's worth inculcating or, like, reinforcing. I don't know what people think whenever here's one last thing, right? One last thing. Lots of people ask me where I'm from a lot of times, and they don't ever, like, follow up on when I say things. Like, I would do these things, you know, they say, "Oh, where are you from?" I'm like, "I'm from the United States." And there's no follow-up. So oftentimes I wait for a minute or two, and then they're like, no, where are you from? Like, what's your background? I'm like, oh, okay, well, my parents are Chinese, right? And then they don't ever give me the indications, like, do they want to, like, what were their thoughts? Like, I didn't want to ask them what their thoughts were. So oftentimes I would ask them like, where are you from? Because it would be interesting to know if they're from the United States or they're from outside. And I would say 7 out of 10 times when it's in a language learning proposition is usually someone from outside the United States. And if it's from someone in the United States, they would say, where in the United States are you from? Because they would then pick up the American accent, right? I speak an American accent, and it's very likely that I'm from the United States or I have moved away from the United States in some way, right? So oftentimes when people ask where I'm from, I always wondered if they were expecting me to say something else, maybe based on the way I look, but not based on the way I sound, right? And it's not a close competition. Most of the time, there was less comments made about that I'm speaking American English as opposed to where I'm from because of how I look. So it's really interesting, at least online. In IRL, you know, back before the internet age, in IRL, most of the time, since it's IRL, I'm in the United States, most people assume I'm Chinese, right? I'm Chinese American. Rarely do you see internationals when it comes to that type of thing until way later. Like you have to be much older before you commonly see Chinese internationals in education, right? At least in the United States. Usually at least university level. Interesting, right? Okay. All right, now we're really gonna this unit is pretty short. It's okay. I think it's okay. Where are we at? Another food item. 春卷. Do you happen to live somewhere there are other Filipinos? Oh, I have. You're right. I forgot the left radical in Yang. But that's for later. I'm supposed to find out later. I did probably write the same thing yesterday though. So let's go correct it now. You don't think you've ever met another Filipino where you are? I see. I don't know how many times I've written that way. You haven't met another Filipino. I don't know how common it is to meet Filipinos. I coincidentally have met 2 in my life. Chun. Kind of surprising now that I think about it though, because you're in a fairly diverse area. Oh. I haven't met a Japanese yet at all. Like not even maybe I might have met, like what I mean is like got to know a Japanese. I might have met people who are Japanese, like multi-generational, but they don't talk about it. So it was more like American talking to an American. The few people I met in Filipino, yeah, whenever the few Filipinos I met, whenever you like get near their parents or something, it's like that's that they're second gen, because you can tell, because when you're talking it's like Tagalog all of a sudden, and it's like, oh, there are a few English words. It's like, oh, okay, and then you kind of get an idea what they're saying, because there's enough key English words that are inserted into their familect, the way they talk with their parents. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that's usually a dead giveaway, because it's a very distinct feeling. If you ever come to my home, like if I ever host, right, it only takes like 5 minutes from when I'm talking to my parents to immediately know that I'm second gen, because if you speak the common language is going to like kind of sunken into the thing. Largely, I feel like this is more common in the United States than other places. Maybe Malaysia, like churn, and outside Malaysia and whatnot, it's not frowned upon to do that. Like my parents are kind of like hesitant about it a lot of times because they are from China. However, there's nothing like pushing it down. Like there's nothing making it lesser, at least in the United States and other places that are more prone to be diverse. Largely because they are in that concentrated area more likely to be more represented, right? So oftentimes you still get when my parents need to speak Fujianese to me and we're in like a building or something that is English only, you still have that, right? So it's understandable when people are uncomfortable around people when you don't understand the language. So yeah, I understand. That's fair enough. In one's household though, it's such a dead giveaway in the United States. At least in my opinion. Or you can hear them like speak mostly English and then suddenly a few words I'm like, what the heck did you just say there? And it's like, yeah, okay. Second gen. Yes. It's harder if the parent speaks fluent English. Sometimes I've encountered a few friends like, ooh, your parents' English are really good. So they might be second gen. Like the parents might be second gen. And by sheer chance, to a lesser extent, the third gen, which is the people I'm referring, like I would be acquainted with, maybe retain something. But usually another generation, it falls by the wayside. Although I like to think that I would keep the language. We'll see though. It's already diminished by a lot. Like my Fujianese is pretty restricted. And there's no way to like learn it formally, even if I wanted to. Filipino. Can you learn Filipino here? Like if you wanted to learn, sorry, Filipino is not a language. I know, I understand. But Tagalog is, I'm terrible at saying what that's supposed to be. Wait. Let's go ask Google Translate. What is the Kekona way of saying? I feel like it's like Tagalog or something. Old? What does Google Translate say? Actually, I kind of want to hear what it's pronounced in Filipino. Wait, does that still work if I type this in Filipino? Does that? I don't think this works, does it?
Tagalog.
Does that sound right? I can't say that. And what is English?
Tagalog.
Yeah, Tagalog. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Tagalog.
Tagalog. Yeah. Pretty. That's not gonna stick with me. Pretty sure it's not. But yes. I'd be surprised. At least you have Japanese peeps, right? May I ask what makes you you thought about learning Tagalog but never got around to it? Same thing here. I'm 37 and I can earnestly say I find it a humbling experience and a pleasure to say that I'm no longer illiterate in Mandarin. I could kind of speak Mandarin already in a sense of mimicry. So if someone spoke to me in Mandarin and they spoke enough syllables, like if they said enough, if I listened for, I don't know, 30 minutes, I might be able to respond because I'm able to produce the sounds. However, if they ask me to lead a conversation, it's not happening. Like, it's not happening. Like, I won't, like, okay, so what's the word for this and the word for that? However, if they're asking me to reply to a question they ask and explain in Mandarin, I would be able to reply. And now I can read, because I couldn't read either. I was completely illiterate. So oftentimes when my parents are like arguing about, oh no, but this is what that's saying and this is what that's saying, it's like, I can't read that. Or you go to like a restaurant, you go to a Chinatown and stuff, and like, I can't read any of this, and my parents would be, oh, here's the thing. Why would this be important? My parents' electronic devices are in Mandarin, and the only way I help them with their electronic devices is largely because I know how UI design works. So I know most of the fundamental operating systems and their UI design. So I go off that, because as sure as heck, I'm not like, I would have to turn it to English if I were to interpret what the heck is going on, right? So nowadays, though, it's kind of nice to be able to like read, like, oh, okay, at least I know this is cancel, and I know that this is the settings for this thing. But anyways, no time like the present. I'm not sure where you would go to learn it, though. No time like the present. No pressure or anything. Obviously, I'm sure you have other things going on in your life. Right? Yeah. Yeah, Bing. Yeah, Bing. Speaking of mooncakes, it's almost that time for some mooncakes, actually. Yeah, Bing. Oh no, there's something blocking on the bottom. That's fine. Go Hua. Go Hua. I think that's it. We were close to the end. These are all our food items, I think. Might be missing something. Oh, I am missing something. What did they call this? Oh, Duolingo's translation of these are so troll. I totally get why. Like, for example, 粽子. 粽子 is translated as sticky rice dumplings. And the way I would describe this thing is glutinous rice wrapped in a banana leaf. But that doesn't roll off the tongue. So they went with sticky rice dumplings. However, there's also glutinous rice balls. And they ascribe this to Tangyuan. Now, I have no problems. If you look at the image for these two, they're nothing alike, right? However, this is translated as glutinous rice balls. And my first thought was, well, when I think of dumplings, I also think of balls. And then glutinous rice and sticky rice, those things tend to be one and the same. Like, glutinous rice tends to be sticky. You use glutinous rice because it's sticky. So, then you have two things. I'm like, wait, which one is which now? Like, what I mean is, I have trouble translating them. So, like, 粽子, it's 粽子. You see it. It's you see that characteristic kind of like triangular, cone-ish shape. You unwrap the leaves and it tastes great. And then you see Tanyuan. Tanyuan is very characteristic. So you have that vision. Sorry for the people who have aphantasia, but yeah, you can imagine it. But then when you go to translate, I'm like, what does that translate to? So the 粽子 is sticky rice dumpling, and then the 汤圆 is glutinous rice balls. I think that summarizes my childhood working in a restaurant, working at my parents' restaurant. Like, so you get the same questions, like, what is the difference between chow mein and lo mein? Because you chow the lo mein in lo mein, but you also chow the chow mein. I think that's something that's very uniquely Chinese. So if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. If you're not laughing right now, maybe it's because I'm not funny. But if you are following me, lo mein is stir fried. Chow mein is the process also involves stir frying. So chow mein has the word stir fry like elements in it in the English thing, like the English counterpart, but lo mein doesn't say anything other than noodles. So then you get the stereotype, right? Then you boil it down to the English stereotype. Lo mein is egg noodles and chow mein is not. Now here's the kicker. Chow mein, although it has mian in it, a lot of times it's referring to a dish that has no noodles in it. That's chow fun. And chow fun gets a little even more confusing because fun is closer to fun, but there's no rice in it. And you would think chow fun kind of sounds like stir-fried rice. What is that? That's fried rice. So then what do you call fried rice? Just fun, which kind of sounds like fun. Because in in American English, can be like can be So fun can sound like fun. Fun can sound like fun. So and the cycle continues. As a kid, of course. As a kid, where like I'm trying to figure out like what the heck these items are supposed to be, and the only thing I'm being taught is English. From what you can tell, Japanese is a fair bit more lenient than Mandarin is in terms of speaking and typing writing. I feel the same way. I actually feel the same way. I agree with that. And when it comes to the leniency, I think it also comes with how a slightly more flexible, like it's slightly more flexible. And I almost feel like that makes it more approachable, right? Like, for example, English, let's just say speaking, typing, and writing is flexible. Now, here's the chicken or the egg question that I would love to ask someone who's like an expert in this or something. They probably say a soft answer. It's like both. It's like a feedback loop, where because of English's position as a common language, like as a use of a common language, like as in the language that's common between speakers, its flexibility has become more and more loose and flexible to accommodate more and more of its influence. And I feel like Japanese being escalated to a position of heavier influence, as in more people outside of Japan is interested in it. And what I mean by more people, I mean there's a bigger diversity, like a growing diversity in people interested, largely due to its like prominence, right? Its prominence. That flexibility might also start to lean and influence its leniency or its perception of leniency, right? If the system itself might not be as lenient, for example, but it's up to the speakers and the people who are writing and reading them to be more lenient if they are going to encounter more people using their language. In English, it goes without saying, there are less people who speak American English who are Americans than English, right? Just to demonstrate something. There are fewer British people who speak British English than British English, probably. I would probably say it's safe to say that there are more people who speak of British English origin than the actual country of which one would qualify as British English. And then even in the United States, being a really big country, I think there are still fewer people who actually speak American English in the United States than the rest. Meanwhile, Japanese, not the case. Actually, I think as of like 3 or 4 years ago, 99.8, I'm gonna round down a little, 99.8% of Japanese speakers are in Japan. And that's probably like 99.9 for Chinese, because it's a disproportionately even more people in a specific place than other places. French, lenient, right? More lenient. Spanish, even also lenient. And then English, right? Very lenient. Sometimes I feel like I don't know if you ever watch a video. Oh wait, you use Japanglish, so have you ever watched a video where someone deliberately spoke English in Japanese structure? It takes like a minute, but it takes no more than 30 seconds to get used to it. So now when I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, I'm actually translating it in the structure of Chinese and Japanese if I have to. Like, let's say I forget the meaning of a sentence. I actually translate without going to English grammar. So like I don't use English grammar anymore. I just cut English grammar out of it. It does make translating a butt though. Like I get lots of simple English translation grammar wrong, but you know, you drop the preposition, whoop, leave the preposition alone. SOV, no problem. Let's just throw the verb to the end, and that's fine too. Yeah. I think that's a great indicator. It's a great demonstration that how lenient a language is, in my opinion. Like a fun thing to do. A fun thing. I'm not sure if it's the same. I would love to ask a Japanese person, do they ever speak Japanese in English structure and it's comfortable? I tried already with my like limited knowledge. Like what happens, like what does it actually say, right? Like if I said it in an English structure to a Japanese person, what does it actually say? Because in English, I feel like if a Japanese person speak in Japanese structure, I'm like, yeah, okay, I get what you mean. Like that makes sense. I don't think there's some like dramatic discourse where they would be unable to communicate an idea if they understand just vocabulary. Like if they can convert all the vocabulary, this is a grain of salt. We're talking about communicating through an idea as opposed to being precise or concise, as in if you're not concerned with whether something is 1 millimeter above something but also 2 millimeters below something and to the right of something, then yeah, okay. But if they say a bunch of things with a bunch of measurements, it's like, okay, so it's nearby. Like I'll go look nearby, right? That kind of thing. You can interpret what they're trying to say still. Sorry. Let's go back. Let's do the vocabulary now. I think if you spoke Japanese only with English grammar, then you might have to phase out particles or change their placement entirely. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. I tried it a couple of times. I'm like, even for example, when I tried to do it, I was confusing myself. I'm like, so does this say, okay, so that thing is, so this person is bringing that thing after they go there? Or is that saying I'm climbing the stairs and not he is climbing the stairs to me? That kind of thing. So like the particles then needed to be shuffled around and changed in a way that, okay, so now I know that the direct object is like here. So I felt that. I felt that earlier, and I feel that's probably something that would make it a little bit less flexible if I start doing it in English, like the English order. It would be a little bit of a situation. It could be not a problem for Japanese people because they're used to words shuffling around. Maybe? I don't think so, though. I would argue that I don't think so. I'm used to seeing English words being shuffled around. That could be a personal bias. That's definitely could be a personal bias. Like, if you throw things in random locations, they can associate back in English, at least in my opinion. Like, some people you can type words like almost weird, like there are some weird ones and you're just like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like, it's fine. Fine. 大丈夫です. Okay. Now we're really gonna complete our lesson here. Well, complete our recall. Deng Lu. No, Deng Lu. Me. Oh. Me ma. Okay. Me ma. Wei. How are you learning Japanese, by the way? I've got to ask. And actually, I don't actually know the read on your characters, so you're gonna have to help me out with your username as well. You can kind of jumble Japanese grammar and still have it make sense, but not to the extent you can with English. I tend to conservatively agree with that. Based on my limited knowledge, I feel like that is a very reasonable feeling. That you can jumble, you can still have some flexibility with the Japanese grammar. Like, I tried that a couple of times, even with simple sentences, where as long as the particle is paired with particular things, you can actually move them around a little bit. And I feel that too. There is definitely flexibility in ordering to some extent. Oh, here's something interesting in Chinese. There are specific phrases that changes the order of the structure. So you know how you say like SVO and then Japanese is SOV, that kind of thing. That's usually like the very first thing you notice. And in Chinese is like yes, mostly, sometimes. However, there are specific structures where when this doesn't make sense, as in like this is kind of weird. I'm not going to say it doesn't make sense. It feels off. There's a way to structure it so that it's SOV. And it's convention. It's a convention of structuring it as SOV. So, and in English, you can SOV it if you want. That's fine. But honestly, it's a lot less disruptive than a lot of people talk about. You're just gonna sound like Yoda. It's fine. You know, he has good car. You know, he has good. He car he has, or he car has he. Oh wait, has good. Has good. So he car has good, right? Like, okay, fair enough. He has a good car. It's fine. The stuff are still separate. So you have the he, you have the car, and has good. Nice. Or you could just say he car has. They're modular, at least in my opinion. If you say he has a car, or he a car has, it's fine. And then you can be full Yoda and just say a car he has, which is what? OSV? Yeah. Car he has. A car he has. Pronunciation of your username is Yumeko or Yumeki. And I used Bushu primarily for a while, but now you primarily learn via mining words from Japanese media and using textbooks. Very nice. Are you using, since you already use Bushu, are you using the Minna Nihongo? Or are you using the Minna no Nihongo series, or are you using the Genki series, or something entirely different? I will Yumeko. Yumeko sounds nice. Chinese is ooh. Something. Can you explain that to me? I don't have either of those. Is that the simplified character for word? I used and still go back to Mina quite a bit. Oh, I see. Interesting. Mining words. I like it. What do you what is your primary use for Japanese? Or what are your couple, like let's say by time. What are you getting? Like what do you use? Is how Chinese is structured? Is that what that says? Chinese is that how it's structured? I don't actually know what the reads are for that. I think Chinese is flexible in a way that there are exceptions to the how Chinese is structured. Much like English. Like, it's largely structured a certain way. However, there's a very common convention that violates the structure. Chinese have some rule breakers. Far less than English, but flexible. And 电子 电子邮件短信I haven't checked on that. 信号号 Okay. Mian 面试开会 You started learning to have a better understanding of some of the media you consume because I already consume a ton of Japanese media before studying. Ah, okay. Are those like grammar stuff? I'm guessing those are like parts of speech. Can't see them. Yeah, subject, predicate, and object. Yeah, SVO. Yeah, that is the main structure. SVO. There are conventions that change it to SOV though. It's kind of the thing that I was talking about. Like ba changes it to SOV. Which ba am I talking about? Is it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Ba. I totally get when it does because it doesn't feel right whenever you're doing it the other way. If you try to pigeonhole it. You also want to move there eventually, so it's kind of needed. Oh, aspiring to move to Japan, huh? Big move, big move. What's stopping you from doing it now? Like for example, turn. Ba, like ba. I'm just gonna write in pinging. Ba to save some time. Ba di, right? Ba di tu,出来, right? 把地图出来。你 right? 你把地图出来。You subject object verb. Oh, there's a little gap here. Yeah, that. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is very convenient to type it. Okay. Fun. Duan. What is Duan? Duan 时间. Gun. 根据 Oops. Oh, those strokes just disappeared. 根据 根据 关于 关于 老板 老 同事 there's a cutoff down here. It's ruined. I don't have enough space. Alright, we're just gonna... think 认为让认为认为 we're going up 认为同意 no 认为表现表现 Nope. Save me. Oh. Oof, that's a rough looking one. Yeah. Wobble wobble. Ooh, oops. One stroke. We're writing Chinese. The visa for permanent residency works on a point system that gives you points for things such as years of work experience and JLPT level, neither of which I'm as proficient, I guess, as I want to be in. Oh. Are you old enough or qualified for a JET program? Not sponsored by the JET program, but there is a JET program. That is something that someone brought to my attention, largely because I thought there was an age limit, so I might like give it a go, maybe for like a temporary thing. Sorry, I had to rewrite this. It looked horrendous. 망이 no. 망이 wiggle wiggle. 망이 麻烦 oops. 麻烦 同意 同意 不同 决定 I think I skipped this yesterday. 决定 决定 争执 Uh-oh. Nah, we're fine. Oh. 争执 you want to be able to guarantee yourself a fairly high chance of getting permanent residence if when you go for it. I see. There are plans for years though. I'm still really young right now. I see. What does 你把地图来 please take out the map. Or you take out the map, sorry. Or take out the map, I guess. Take out the map. Oh, or I take out the map. Oh, yeah, I take out the map. Oh, yeah, 拿起来, sorry. I skipped one. My bad. I skipped the verb. 拿起来, sorry. I skipped na. My bad. I tend to do that. I tend to skip words. I totally forgot the verb. But you know, the verb is at the end. My bad. Yeah, it's one of the earlier ones. I think it's a really common phrase too. Like, I'm not saying like there are a lot of examples. Like what I mean is if you were quantifying how how many SVOs there are, like different ways of saying SVO. Yeah, this is like majority. However, when you're thinking about frequency, when you're talking to someone, and a lot of times it can end up being SOV, a lot of times, because it sounds really weird the other way. I don't know why, and maybe it's because I'm very used to it or something, but you distinctively, at least for me, I intuitively switch over to SOV in certain situations. And while there are minor examples of SOV, the frequency, like how often the specific things are used, may be substantially noticeable, like maybe a little bit more comparable, right? So while there might be a lot of ways to say SVO, the stuff that SOV happens, it's a very like low level, or like a common structure in speech. Like thank you is terrible in English. You usually think SVO because English, Malay, and Chinese all use SVO. It's not until I learned Korean and Japanese where they use... Yeah, exactly. Me too, in my opinion. Me too. Like what I mean is, if I wasn't learning JP, right, and Mandarin at the same time, the first thing I thought about is like, wait a minute. And then when I got to something that was SOV, I was like, wait, why does this feel so familiar? And I realized like, oh yeah, that's because it was Japanese. The first time they got to it, I don't know what unit it was. I think it was like unit 4 in section 3 when they start using ba that way. I'm like, oh. Like suddenly it got like doubly comfortable all of a sudden. I'm like, wait a minute, why does this feel so good in Japanese? And I'm like, oh yeah, that's because it's SOV. I don't think I found as many examples in English though. In writing, like if you have creative writing, you can find SOV in English. You can find SOV in English if you're doing creative writing. So when people are trying to be like fancy, songs can have that too. Like, so if your major thing is consuming with like lyrics and stuff, like how people rhyme and whatnot, you can have SOV a lot of times in English for like poetic reasons. But yeah, largely SVO. And we're only talking about these languages, obviously, because I'm sure someone is going to say, oh, but this language has SOSV. I'm like, okay. So are you telling me they are constitutively sound like Yoda? Question mark? Yoda, is that you? Listen, Yoda made what you call it, OSV popular. I'm just saying. I'm kidding, of course. I don't know if George Lucas ever like made a comment on why he decided to make Yoda speak in OSV. Like, you might think maybe it has something to do with a wise thing, you know, but when you think of a wise thing, you kind of think of Chinese idioms, right? You think of like Chinese proverbs, that wise person, right? But I'm not sure if I can think of an OSV example if it were to be translated. Okay, let me complete. Speaking of 重要 重要 not 重要 重要 刚才 written Arabic is VSO though. Oh yeah, yeah. Hideyoshi told me about that. But like a few people talked about Arabic being VSO. Or at least some form of Arabic. Gantai. I'm guessing it's this one. Probably that one. 刚才其实其实 All right. So we're finally gonna get to our Chinese lesson. I think I'm fine. I'll check on the tones later. We gotta get to our Chinese lesson now.
他的中文像你的一样好。
Oh boy. 他的中文像你的一样好. There's the yang. Thanks for reminding me, I suppose.
我没有兴趣。
我没有兴趣。兴趣。
你需要吃药吗？
你需要吃药吗？ Personalized practice is always a great victory lap in Chinese. It's not in Japanese because I have to still constantly remind myself what things are in like if I could write the things in kanji yet, because there are a lot of lessons that are not in, does not have the kanji replacements. So it can be a little bit of a, yeah, I think I know that one. It's still a lot of guess and check, like, do I know this one? Am I responsible for this one? I try anyways. There's a lot of cross-referencing still in Japanese. 我不需要你你的帮助。
帮忙。
帮忙。喂，我现在不需要你的帮忙。
我们可以坐公共汽车去学校吗？
我们可以坐公共汽车去学校吗？ Okay. It actually takes longer for me to find the English letters, like the English words to translate than to know what that means.
你可以帮我买药吗？
你可以帮我买药吗？
你可以帮我
买药吗？
买药吗？
我觉得头疼。
Oops. I has a headache. Have. Translating from Chinese to English, I gotta think for a while because you can't direct. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it totally messes you up all the time. Like, what you call it? Sometimes I just keep. Sometimes I'm so tempted to like, hey, that's what it is. You know, like, oh, can you help me? You know, can you help me with car? Like, okay, that's fine. We're good. Like, we're done. That's done. You know, can you help car? Right? Can you me help car? Can you with me help car? Or get car? Okay.
可以
可以你帮我。哦，可以你 yeah 可以你可以你帮助我，可以你帮我买药吗？买药吗？
买药吗？
买药吗？ So you know, can you help me buy medicine? That's good, right? This is fine. And then there are ones like, oh no, see, I screwed up. I need a knee in front of a 可以. Dang it. Don't do it. Don't fall for the trap.
我哥哥的眼睛像我们爸爸的一样。
我哥哥的眼睛像我们爸爸的一样。Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, this stuff sucks. This one would fall apart. My older brother's eyes compared to my father's to our fathers are the same or are similar, as opposed to my brother's eyes are like our father's.
北京昨天是晴天。
北京昨天是晴天。Okay. Beijing yesterday. Beijing yesterday is sunny. And since it's yesterday, it's was. But we don't, you don't have to conjugate was and is. It was a sunny day in Beijing yesterday.
你觉得明天会是晴天吗？
你觉得 What?
你觉得明天会是晴天吗？
你觉得明天
会
是晴天吗？
晴天吗？
Oh my gosh, now it's even harder the other way around.
北京是
Technically, you can't direct translate any language. Yeah, technically. I mean, fundamentally, two different things can't be the same. Like, if we really, really step back, the whole idea of translating is to approximate, right? So, no two things are alike because they are distinguishably different. Does Mandarin have past or future tense? It does. It does. A lot of it is implied. A lot of it is implied. There are times when you can modify a verb to be clearer. However, you don't need to. Sort of. It kind of does and it kind of doesn't in the traditional sense. What I mean by that is some things can give you a feeling of tense. That's all I can, like, there's no formal tense. I would say the answer is no. But there is a feeling of tense. Right? Based on context. So no, not really. You got it based on context? Not really. When you say la, sometimes you don't. So, mostly no. I'm going to say mostly no. Yeah, mostly implication. I don't think any language is exclusively one or the other. So, there's always exceptions, right? So, like, if you have a change of state, it's always a form or change of state. That kind of thing. If you state a state change without any context, it's a state change, so it happened in the past. And the closest thing I can think of is la. Yeah, a French, when I was having a conversation with like the French American, the French Chinese couple, the first thing the French person said was, "Oh yeah, there's this thing that my wife does, and she speaks English as though there's no tense change." And yeah, that's pretty much the idea. It's literally the first comment he made. He's like, "Oh yeah, you know, I gotta remind myself that the norm is that there are no tense." Basically, there's no like the classical conjugation tense. However, when you say it's yesterday, you could say that is the built-in tense for past tense. Or you can say I have caught a cold, and caught is distinguished by the la state change. So the la is a tense in a sense, but not in a conjugation sense. Yeah. Like I am happy now. It would be something that marks now you have become happy and you are currently happy. I don't know if you like that or not. I personally got used to it. Like I kind of like it. Well, I think you're gonna get to bed because you have to get up in a few hours. Thanks for hanging out. Crud. Yumeko. Yumeko. Thanks for hanging out. It was a pleasure. I love meeting other people who are like have a fascination with like combining languages and coming from different cultures. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. And you're always welcome to come back. Hey, one last thing before you go. If you come back with stories like, hey, this is weird, this is weird, like this because we were talking about it, come back with some stories. I would love to hear your like, dude, what's the deal with Japanese and English written this way and that way? I like talking about that stuff. That stuff's just fun. Like it makes language learning incredible, in my opinion. Pointing out random things that you like or you don't like or weird things. Have a good one. Until next time. Oyasumi nasai. Yeah. Let's see. It was a sunny day in... What do you think, Churn? Oh yeah, no worries. Don't feel obligated though, right? Take care of yourself. Be interested, right? If there's any motivation, tell me an interesting story every now and then. I love it. I would love to hear it. Beijing, sure. What do you think, Churn? Do you like tense or do you not like tense? How do you feel as someone who's disinterested in their own native language? I had to explain tenses to my parents, for sure. Especially the helping verbs, like how the helping verbs change with tenses. It's like, why do you need it? I mean, I don't know. Because? Beijing.
是。
北京明
晴天。晴天，昨天。
啊。北京昨天。
是晴天。
Is that really how that was structured? And
现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒了。现在
If you're learning a language, tenses help you to know when it happened, but as far as for Chinese, which doesn't really have it, you got used to it based on context. You just need to fill it out. I know, right? And here's the thing though. Do you think that leads to less misunderstandings or more misunderstandings? I think I missed the ball on this one. So I can't really experience how it was helpful for me because I already fill it out, right? So that's kind of one of the things that I won't really know unless I decide to learn another. Like, you can't unlearn a language one day and say, oh, now I'm going to go learn another language which has no tense, but you've already learned a language that has tense or like are tenseless, right? So you can't really have a first anymore. And there's no way I can remember what it was like to realize that. I just realized, when I was learning English, I was like, wait a minute. You have to say this 2 different ways or even 3 different ways? Like 6 different ways? You usually just say the date or like tomorrow, yesterday, so you know it's future. Yeah. That's kind of one of the things that, funny story, I didn't tell you the rest of the story. So when the French friend, right, family friend, said something about tenses, right? Then it was raised that technically you always prioritize the frame of reference of time in the beginning. So if you're going to do that already, it's superfluous to use tense. Yeah, it's technically represented by a character. But yes, that is the interesting thing. Like, there's no morphing in the actual word. However, here's my I'm obviously being pedantic now because we're both on the same page. If Hanzi is considered an alphabet because I'm Keikona USA, right? If I'm Keikona USA, right? And Hanzi is largely, quote unquote, sound consistent. That earlier joke that I mentioned about, like, oh yeah, well, let's just, Hanzi is basically the alphabet. Only you have to remember, like, 100 times more things. So then, in that frame of mind, you are conjugating something by changing the unit, right? Like, if you put something and you put la with it, you are changing the unit. Because the alphabet is composed of things in which you combine them to change the unit. And that is the difference between something like I chose the bad verb. Like bill and build, right? I'm being pedantic, obviously. I'm being incredibly pedantic and argumentative here. That's kind of funny to think about. For me, you think you'll be fluent in a language if, like those movies, the person almost about to die and say the last word slowly, the last word you can know how to form the sentence. It's complicated, don't know how to explain. Like, sometimes they didn't finish their sentence. You can complete the sentence. Yeah, I know what you mean. You can fill in the words. Here's my take on that. When you're reading a book, right? When you're reading a book and you're skimming, it's so long, right? The moment you can skim, like, you read this, you read this, you read this, and you're done. You fill in the rest. Is the same feeling. You fill in the rest. So whenever someone tells you, like, oh, what did you read? It's like, how do you read it so fast? It's because I already know what all these words are probably going to be. So it's like, I don't have to read the last word. I don't need to even read all the words in between because you already know what they're going to be. They're going to have to be certain things. Well, what I mean is not exactly what they're going to be, but you will probably know a pretty good idea of what they're going to be. So when a person is dying, it's like, yeah, you've heard this before. You know what the last couple words are. It does make us more complacent too, as well. Obviously, there are trade-offs, right? You won't know for literally what those words are, but you have a good idea what those words are. And I feel like that's how I consume Mandarin for the longest time. Mandarin and Cantonese, that's how I have, like, for example, my treasure is at yeah and then dies, so like the important content is at the end of the sentence. Yeah, I know. Exactly. You won't ever literally know, but the idea is you can probably form the rest of the sentence.
现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒
And
了。
you probably have enough context and enough things to narrow down what it is. Like kind of like solving a puzzle, you know? If you can solve a word puzzle, ooh, that is a level right there. A word puzzle. Yeah, that's a different thing. You know, it's not exactly your example. I'm thinking of other examples that would give you elicit a similar feeling of being fluent in a language. Maybe not quite the exact example you're having. Now I'm just adding, or I'm trying to add to it. Any of those. I think I already shared what my fluent, or quote unquote, my fluent feeling is. My fluent feeling is the idea that it's on a metric, it's on a spectrum. And one side is fluent and the other side is whatever 0 is, you know, start. And fluency goes up and kind of down, like back and forth. But the idea is the closer you get to 1, the more integrated it is into your lifestyle. So if your lifestyle includes the use of English and you're bouncing back and forth between the target language and English, for example, to the point where you no longer feel like English is separated from the target language, like your native language is no longer separated from the target language, then you become fluent. That's me personally. So whenever I go and talk to my parents, I don't have to actively process that I'm code swapping, right? And then whenever I need to like refer to something, but I need to say it in a certain things like, oh, hey, oh, this is us. You want to go grab some sushi for lunch? You know, maybe Asha? No? How about yesterday, desho? Right? Like yesterday, like that kind of thing where you're adding and you're moving things around, but it is the idea that you're not telling yourself you're doing it anymore. It's just whatever. At least that's my personal take on it. And you get closer and closer to it. And you get closer and closer. Much like Hujihua is part of my identity, right? That's kind of where it goes. I don't one other thing I feel sometimes it needs a distinction is the idea that you don't have to end up feeling Japanese or being Japanese to be fluent in Japanese. Or like what I mean is, for my definition of fluent, you don't have to be Japanese or be inclined to understand something. It's a very low baseline, I guess, for other people. Some people would say, well, that's too low of a baseline. Anyone can call themselves fluent. It's like, well, that's kind of the point, because I think being fluent is not a state of competency per se or purely measured by competency. It's a state of how one intuits a language as part of their identity. So the more it becomes your identity, the more you stop processing whether you're fluent or not. I think that's the duality of fluency. provided you're actively learning the thing. The biggest criticism of my take on fluency is that, well, if you're not paying attention to fluency, how do you improve? Like, how do you become more fluent, right? If you're not paying attention to what your progress is, you can't get better at it. And I was like, yes, that's a fair point. That is a very fair point. So distinguishing between when you practice and use something versus when you're learning, right? And for myself, I kind of choose to compartmentalize these a little bit. When I'm learning, I'm less actively practicing. And when I'm practicing, I'm trying to be, quote unquote, improving my fluency, right? It kind of sounds like it's the same thing that other people do, where they practice to become fluent and they learn to have things to practice to become fluent. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds very similar. If you generalize it like this. However, what gives that feeling of fluency is how it becomes a noticeable part of your use. So if you're still going around thinking like, oh, did I say tempura properly? Right, okay, well, then your fluency is lower. And accuracy is not synonymous with fluency to me. I want to like throw in my little 2 cents. It might be involved in fluency. It can help with fluency. Like if you feel like you're very accurate and other people think you're accurate, it can help with your feeling of fluency, right? That's what, in my opinion, what makes fluency so nebulous, right? It's hard to explain. It's very complicated, largely because it's a feeling, or a lot of people try to quantify something that is a feeling. And for me, that's the most accurate thing I can say. If it becomes a part of your life, rarely is your competency going to supersede how comfortable it is in your life. It can contribute. The accuracy and the precision and your time and effort contributes to the feeling of it being part of your life. People are more likely to do things when they're accurate and good at something. They're more likely to incorporate it into their life. It's not an alien thing. When you're not good at a language, that's where my personal take on fluency shines a little bit. Because then the person no longer hyper focuses on how accurate they are, but how comfortable they can become in using the language with what they have. Is a kid fluent in a language if they can't possibly learn enough about the language within the time of their life? One may argue, for me, I would argue yes, because it's the only language they speak. Other people would argue, no, they're not fluent until they learn the language enough. As in, like, if they can use grandiose, esoteric language and write poetry and do critical writing, and it's like, well, then you basically ruled out everyone who doesn't like creative writing. Or, like, you ruled out people who don't like creative writing, who didn't go to graduate school to learn esoteric, incredibly niche language. You're talking about someone who basically walks around and talks about when they're hungry, what they like to eat, describing like their everyday like feelings with simple words, right? So are those people fluent? Right? If you start qualifying based on accuracy and performance solely, then you kind of rule out most people who speak English already. And I would probably fail that standard as well. If I record my streams and someone did like a meta-analysis of my vocabulary level, it's probably no more than first year college. So is that an accurate measure of my fluency? When someone hear me and talk to me and stuff, they might say, I'm fluent in English. It's like, neat. I'll take that as a compliment. if fluency means I can communicate with you, that's great. Some people would say, well, I sound like any other streamer because my vocabulary is pretty stunted, or like I use like cringe-worthy words or modern time stuff. It's like, yeah, because that's how you communicate with other people. I didn't like that, right? I like that. This definition is going to change over time. I'm starting to get a good idea of how I want to identify fluency, not for the sake of telling other people to measure by it. I want a definition of fluency that kind of captures and enables people to understand that language is encouraging and whatnot. And you could kind of say, oh, well, that's a biased take on things. It's like, it is a biased take on things. If you have a term and you define it in a way that prevents people to want to be that term, then why, in my logical sense, why have that term in the first place? Right? I think overall, my current experience with the word fluency is one that is maddeningly negative, like almost disproportionately negative. It's like it's a gold standard that is entirely nebulous, and that's so weird, having a gold standard that's nebulous. It's like who's the fastest person on the track without measuring time? It's like, oh yeah, we can never measure the time, so how do you know who's the fastest? Like, well, we just try to measure the time, but everyone measures the time the same way, or a different way. Sorry, I recently watched like a video of people arguing what fluency is to them, because someone made a comment like, oh, this person is clearly not fluent in the language that they say they are. And then the thread was like, well, fluency is this. And then someone's like, no, fluency is this. I'm like, okay, so help me out here. No one, like, it doesn't seem like anyone agrees how they measure fluency. So can you guys like agree on one thing and then compare that with the one thing so that at least all of you are on the same page? And they're like, but fluency, it depends. And I'm like, okay, then if it depends, then you don't know what fluency is. Right? Logic, right? There's a logic break here. There's a leap of logic. If you have to say it depends, then there's no form of reference. In my opinion, it depends on what. So if you identify what it depends, then we can narrow the conditions in order to make a relative measure. Right. It's interesting. I like your way of fluent. It's very dramatic. When a movie person's about to die, I like how, did you watch a movie recently that someone died and you were like, do I know? Do I know what they're gonna say?
现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒了。
一定是感冒了。
我
现在我的头很疼，
很
疼，很疼 ，sorry， 很疼，一定感冒了，
一定
感冒了，
感了
，right， 一定是感冒了，是，关键是，
现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒了。
对，
可以
啊，
你可以
帮我
帮我
帮我买药吗？
买药
药 ，dang it， 买药吗？
吗？
I think we're totally gonna skip the 15-minute thing.
他经常帮我。
他经常帮我。经常 he often helps me.
他经常生气。
他经常生气。生气。You know, 生气 doesn't sound angry. Like what I mean is, when I hear 生气, it doesn't feel angry. It's gotta be like some aggression. Like 生气 is kind of soft. I feel like there's something like I don't know, something loud. Like 老爸 or something for angry.
你知道他们为什么生气吗？你
知道 Wait.
你知道他们为什么生气吗？
你知道
知道
你知道 Well, to 他们要生气什么要
为
什么
为什么
为什么要生气吗？
生气吗？为什么？你知道他们为什么生气吗？要
懂你要什么气什么？为什么？他们为什么生气吗？
大家都会去这个派对吗？
大家都会去这个派对吗？派对。
大家都到了，你现在在哪儿？
大家都来了，大家都
到了，你现在在哪儿？
大家都到了，
到了，
你现在在哪儿？
现在在哪儿？
我跟我朋友的关系很好。
我跟我的朋友的关系很好。
你昨天有什么事情？
你昨天有什么事？有什么事情？你昨天有什么事情 ？What happened to you？
外面刮着风。
外面刮着风。That's something my mother says. Like, well, not in Mandarin, but in Fujianese, every time I go out to run. Oh well, if it's not windy, it's cold. If it's not cold, it's hot. If it's not cold, hot, or windy, it's dark. Like, okay, be careful. It's dark outside. And I go run the same path.
明天会刮大风。
She cares. That's the ritual. You know, it's a ritualistic thing.
明天
明天会大风。
会大风。明天会刮大风。
刮大风。大风。Happened to yesterday.
你有什么？
你有什么？你昨天有什么事情？
事情。
我跟他的关系现在不太好。
我跟他的关系现在不太好。
明天
明天会刮大风，
刮大风。
快一点儿。他在等我们，等了我们，在等我们，在等了我们，那就是等我们。
一点儿。
Oops, where's the 快？
快
一点儿。
他
在等
我们。
Oh,
这
that's where it is. 这他在等着我们。Okay.
他对美国文化感兴趣。
他对美国文化感兴趣。文化。
明天可能会下雪。
明天可能会下雪。Said that yesterday. Oops, faster. 他对美国文化感兴趣。
我在这儿下车吗？
我在这儿下车吗？下车吗？
我想试试这里的豆浆。
我想试试这里的豆浆。干杯。红酒。火锅。豆浆。Uh-oh.
亲戚。
Oh no, I was in your clothes. 亲戚。I don't even know what the... Oh no. The... 亲戚. Dang. That's gonna be tough. Kind of reminds me of Shinro? Yeah, Shinro. Okay. Soy milk really helps.
豆浆。
豆浆。健康吗？豆浆是不是健康 ？No。豆浆 really 真的健康真的吗 ？No。真的健康吗？
真的。
那真的健康吗？
我在这儿下车吗？
我在这儿下车吗？
我在这儿
下车吗？
下车吗？
外面下着雨，你出去要带伞。
带伞。外面下着 下着雨，下着雨，你出去要带伞。外面下着雨，
外面下着雨，你出去要带伞。
你出去要带伞。Oh my gosh, English. Oh no, send help. English is killing me. Oh wait. Oh my gosh. Take an umbrella when you go out. Oh.
现在没有雨，我们不需要带伞。
Okay.
我们
现在没。
今天
啊，
今天现在
没有
下
雨。
我们不带伞。现在没有雨，我们不需要带伞。
哦，现在没有雨。
现在没有雨，我们不需要带伞。
不需要带伞。
需要。
我们很忙，下午4点才吃午饭。
下午10点4点4点下午4点再吃午饭。我们很忙。下午10点10点才吃午饭。
我昨天晚上11点才下班。
我昨天晚上
才
11
点下班。我昨天晚上11点才下班。
哦，才下班。
11点。
Oh no。
我不太喜欢爬山。
我不太喜欢爬山。星期日，星期天。
星期天。他们
星期天
去一般
去跑步还是 or right 或者 I did that again 或者爬山I wanted the subject first. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Big bathroom break. All right. Now I attended to my tiny bladder. Guess we'll do the 15 minutes as well. Oof. On overtime today. Overtime.
恭喜发财，红包拿来。
That is hilarious. I haven't ever heard that full fat phrase.
恭喜发财。
恭喜发财。红包拿来. Oh my gosh, that's really good. Wait, how come they didn't introduce this earlier?
红包
拿
来。
拿来。
恭喜发财，红包拿来。
That's such a good rhyme. May you be prosperous, give me a red envelope. It's more like take it out though, but that's funny. May you be prosperous, just give me the money. Give me the money. 恭喜发财，红包拿来. Oh my gosh, that's good. I didn't get this prompt at all the first 2 days.
句，
我们在春节的时候会吃汤圆。
我们在春节的时候会吃汤圆。春节。
圆。
Okay.
句。
端。
饼。
财。
饼。饼。句。
句。
端。
重。
财。
重。他不想工作，但是想发财。
他不想工作，但是想发财。What's in a mooncake? Whose name sounds so sweet now? So I've already forgotten.
月饼。
月饼里有什么？
恭喜你升职了。
恭喜你升职了。升职了。
你能看见月亮上的动物吗？你能看见？
你能看见
月亮
的？What？
你能看见月亮上的动物吗？
月亮上的动物吗？ Oh, right. 动物
吗？
下个月我的学校有聚会。
下个月我的学校有结尾。聚会。Wait, did I screw up? Oh, wait. No, I didn't. Did I? Oh no, I'm not sure if I wrote 会 after it. 聚会。 中秋，在中秋。No，中秋节的中秋节的月亮最圆。
中秋节
，oops，I forgot 节。中秋节的
最圆
，oops，
最圆月饼，
月饼
最圆。
Is that what they were going for? Dang it. Oh, whoops. I picked the wrong. I meant to pick 月亮. Oh, they got me. It's fine.
为什么我们在端午节吃粽子？
I wasn't reading my choices or listening to my choices. 为什么我们在端午节节吃粽子。
中秋节
的
月亮最圆。
Okay. There is pork in the braised pork rice. It certainly does.
卤肉饭
里
有猪肉。
我明年会参加划龙舟比赛。
我明年参加
划
会参加
划龙舟
会
我明年会参加划龙舟比赛。我明年会参加划龙舟比赛。
哦，划舟比赛。Wait, what? Oh,
比赛。
Just kidding. I knew that.
馒头和包子有什么不一样？
馒头和包子有什么不一样？
汤
鸭
卷馒
卤oh jeez 卤
粥
tired
龙
oops 龙
卤
馒鸭
卷龙粥。
宫保鸡丁是他最爱的中国菜。宫保鸡丁是他
最爱的
中国菜。
酸，这碗酸辣汤太辣了。
这碗酸辣汤太辣了。这碗酸辣汤太辣了。 Oh man, I would love some hot and sour soup right now. And I want it with like fiery lava. You know, bubbling chili oil floating to the top, separating hot lava. Maybe some Szechuan peppercorn for good little numbing action. My throat. My mouth is in need of some relief.
Lu.
Okay.
春卷春卷
那家饭馆的春卷很难吃，
很难吃。
我们只要半只北京烤鸭。
我要只要半只北京烤鸭。
你喝过台湾的珍珠奶茶吗？
你喝过台湾的珍珠奶茶吗？ I most certainly did. Several of them. Okay. All right, 15 minutes in a dream. Let's go. And then we'll do our review exercise and call it a day. The Han? What the Han?
恭喜。
Oh, fair enough.
恭喜
寒
假
寒假
恭喜
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 it's bao zhi. No. Is it? Yeah, 报纸 wrong tongue. 报纸
同意
newspaper 同意公园寒假恭喜
寒假恭喜
不给
满意
excuse me
寒假
往后
恭喜
寒假
愿意寒假恭喜科学时间
寒假
恭喜
Fine. 喜欢 恭喜 of course
恭喜
makes sense 喜欢的喜最喜欢
最喜欢
肌肉
走吧
走吧
喜欢
恭喜恭喜恭喜
喜欢
喜欢欢
恭喜
恭喜
看过
喜欢一边
不喜欢
恭喜
端午节
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 okay
端午节
端午节
端午节端午节端午节
oops
端午节端午节端午节
端午节
Mr.
端午节
端午节端午节
I keep forgetting that stroke
漂亮
漂亮 Yep
月亮
漂亮 Yep Oh I got it It kind of goes well The moon is beautiful For sure At least in my opinion 关高关去 No Wait去行行去
兴趣
兴趣 Dang it 兴趣兴趣
漂亮现金
现金
月亮
几月
月
亮
漂亮
Oh that sucked
漂亮
月亮
几月
Oh no Something way
周围
周围 Dang it 周 Oh as in like 周末周围 Dang it 周围
月亮
漂亮
蔬菜
蔬菜 Oh that might be 菜蔬菜Okay
月亮
漂亮六月
桌子漂亮月亮所以
月亮漂亮
Oh wait Oh 票 Right. 漂亮。
漂亮，月亮。
Yeah. 亮。
3月。
漂亮。
做了。
月亮。
明白。2个月。月饼。2个月。
2个月。
月饼。一个人。
3月。
12月。月饼。
饼。
月饼。月饼。
2个月。
2个上上月。
月亮。
一个人。
1个月。
月饼。
月饼。2个月。
1个月。
月亮。
月亮。1个月。
一会儿。
6月。
月亮。
月亮。Why does it? It's kind of neutral though. 月亮。
1个月。
3个月。
月亮。
月亮。
1个月。
1个月。
月亮。
月亮。
6月。1个月。1年后。2个
月。
秋。
秋哦。
仲。
仲。哦。
仲。
OK。
秋天。
仲。
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 白。Oh, what? Oh, what? 喂。OK。仲。秋。毛。
仲。
秋。秋。
仲。
秋。What? 竹。梯。Oh, right. 梯。分。仲。
床。
秋天。
秋天。
您。送。秋。种。头。
秋天。仲。哎。
3
个月。
月饼。
3个月。
3个月。几月？
一个人。
星期三。
星期三。
月饼。
月饼。
3个月。
3个月。
月饼。
3个月。7月。
7月啊！喂，7月 ，right？
月饼
2个月12月
12月3个月月亮
3个月
1个人月饼月亮
上
个月
月
亮
3个月
3个月亮
3个月
1个人
1个月
月亮月饼
划龙舟
龙舟划龙舟okay. Oh
龙舟
Okay, I did these strokes
划龙
backwards
舟
Okay, that's fine
划龙舟龙舟
Yeah
划龙舟
Oops Keep trying to do it Up
划龙舟
龙舟
Oh my goodness
划龙舟龙舟
Oh no That's kind of gross
龙舟
Oh my gosh The second bot of the day Stream long enough to get 2 bots 划龙舟
划龙舟龙舟
Oh no
划龙舟
龙舟
Oh no I think I'm permanently
龙舟
stuck
划龙舟
划龙舟
龙舟
Okay We're recovering it's fine
龙划龙舟龙舟龙舟
龙舟
龙舟龙舟龙舟
龙舟
Oh no I did it again Let's touch these last 2 right Can I get these last 2 Before we call it a day
龙舟
No I think I should call
划龙舟划龙舟
龙舟划龙舟龙舟
龙舟
划龙舟
Come on
划龙
龙舟划龙舟划龙舟
龙舟
龙舟龙舟
龙舟
龙舟划龙舟
Oh it's almost there right 麻烦开会
开门
Oops
不会
开会
麻
烦开会考的
考得
可怕麻烦开会
请 Oh no 请讲
清楚
清楚
麻烦开会
麻烦开会
不对
麻烦
流利，
流利，
流利，哎，流利，
会见，
开
会
会，
见，开会，
开，
麻烦，
烦，
想要，
安静，
安静，
开会，
不忙，
麻烦，
开会，
对，
新鲜，
新鲜，新鲜，
麻烦，方便，
方便，
我
要，
会议，
会议，机会，会议，
不会，
一会
儿，
儿，会议，机会，
飞机
票，
机议议
会议，
会议，机会，
会议，
飞机票，
不，飞机票，
机会，会，
不会。
给咪宫保，宫保鸡丁，都会，都会，粽子，
粽子，
聚会，聚会，粽子。Oh no！ 兴趣，聚会，
粽子，爱好，红酒，
聚会，
聚会，粽子，
聚会，杯子，粽子，聚会，开会，
不会，
粽子，
不会，粽子，
粽子，火锅，
看书，
聚会，
聊天，
聚会，
粽子，聚会，爱好，兴趣，汤圆，
OK， 会议，
聚
会，会议，
会议，
会见，不会，
聚会，开
会，all of those，
聚议，
oops， 聚会，
会议，
会议 oh
会议
开会会议
不会
不会
聚会
会见 Ooh. Those are kind of mean actually.
取消
取消聚
会
Yeah 聚会 Yep
聚
会
取
消
聚会
会见
聚会柜台
热茶
取消
聚会
Yeah, I'm almost done. Trying to touch the end of this to confirm some stroke order stuff.
取消
取消Oops.
取消
聚会
聚会
取消安全轻松下面
取消
聚会安全以前
Oops.
以前
3年
取消
聚会
Okay. Yeah, I'm really tired. But I kind of want to get these last two.
宫保鸡丁
宫保鸡丁 Oh, there it is. 宫保鸡丁宫保鸡丁
宫保鸡丁
Chicken is in here though.
宫保鸡丁
宫保鸡
丁
You know?
宫保鸡丁
宫保鸡丁
宫保鸡
宫保鸡丁
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 宫保鸡
宫保鸡丁
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 Oh, I think I yapped a little bit too much today. Give me a ding.
宫保鸡丁
Yeah. Ding. Gumbao gear. Right, gumbao gear. I don't know what the ding means. Maybe it means dish. Gumbao ji ding. Gumbao gear. There's no ding. I don't know what ding is.
宫保鸡丁
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 宫保鸡
宫保鸡
宫保鸡丁
宫保鸡
It
丁
kind of reminds me of dinging. Something like that. Like dinner or dish or
宫保鸡丁
entree.
宫保鸡
I don't know. Alright. That's a wrap. Yeah. We have been falling behind so much. Look at all these. How long has it been since I've completed? Oh my gosh, it's been so many. We gotta go back at some point. There's the end. It doesn't scroll anymore. There it is. Alright. Oh, that's a wrap. Oh no, that's not a wrap. I forgot. That's only the 15 minutes. I have to finish the review lesson. Alright. We got this. Not a wrap yet. Maybe may you be prosperous. 恭喜发财。
恭喜发财
恭喜发财。 春卷，
春卷，
春卷。
你
你划船，你划过你划过龙舟吗？
龙舟
吗？
我们在春节的时候会吃汤圆。我们在
春节的时候，
春节的时候会吃
汤圆。
我们在春节的时候会吃汤圆。
choice。
酸。
恭喜发财，红包拿来。
I love this one。
恭喜发财，
红包拿来。
拿来。
Such a good saying。It's something a kid would say。
Fun。
珍珠奶茶里有太多糖。
珍珠奶茶。珍珠奶茶。珍珠奶茶里有太多糖糖。
珍珠奶茶里有太多糖。
珍珠奶茶里有
太多
糖。对。
鲁
满
鸭圆卷
电子邮件月饼博物馆干净司机分
饼
粽
财
聚。
中秋节的月亮最圆。
中秋节的月亮最圆。English。
明天聚会。我要穿
什么衣服？
什么？
我要穿什么
的？
明天的聚会我们穿什么？我要穿什么？
卤肉饭里也有鸡蛋。
卤肉饭里也有鸡蛋。
你吃过粽子吗？
Alright, that's it. Internet slang is next one, which is kind of fun. Sounds really fun. Alright folks, that's a wrap for today. Tomorrow is Monday, It's gonna be our bye day, you know, the day we skip for Neverwinter. So I'm just gonna be vibing, doing some Neverwinter upkeep. Tomorrow's the 4th and I guess the 5th week, technically, in the conclusion to the stuff. I'll be back a day after tomorrow. Take a break. A pretty good spot. Good spot. Good timing. All right, folks. That's it for now. We talked a lot, bantered quite a lot today, right? Different perspectives, different things. Usually a lot of perspective stuff. I kind of like sitting down, talking about different, like how to reconcile different perspectives. Like I think it's far more challenging, more intellectually stimulating when you hear 3 or 4 different it depends or different opinions, then trying to talk about how they all coincide, right? Because they all exist. It's not necessary one cannot have an opinion or not opinion. Kind of more challenging to see how you can explain all of them, right? Anyways, keep that in mind. Language learning is an endless pool of digressions and discussions. More about that next time. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. So until next time, 下次见, right? Stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye.